Our escape pod was destroyed and you died. Lucky for you that you have been reincarnated through an insurance claim. Warp drive active. You clumsy pilot. The capacitor is empty. You clumsy pilot. Docking request accepted.
And welcome everyone to the second weekend of Anger Games 5. Today and tomorrow we'll be seeing teams duke it out in the arena for their attempt to make a grab at the Plex prize pool, along with securing some victory skins for every win they get along the way. But speaking of wing, I'm joined here by the glamorous duo of Captain Cat Ears Jintan and Down Under Dominator Wingnut. So we're just gonna jump right into things here. The Twitch chat, just a reminder, you can use the commands exclamation point bracket, one word, to follow along and just see when your teams will be playing and what time. Jintan, in the top here right now, we have 4 matches. We're just gonna go through them right now, but the first match we got that we're gonna be seeing today in the winners bracket is gonna be Tempest versus aggressively mid tier. Do you have any idea how these teams actually got here? What they were kind of featuring?
Yeah, obviously this is the 2 and 0 bracket. So both Templars Calcive and aggressively mid tier haven't lost a match so far. And those have been some incredibly good matches to watch as well. Tempest Calcifer has pretty much just stomped their way through their first two opponents, being Jovco Mining Division and CH Pog, whereas aggressively mid-tier has had some quite close matches, facing off against the Volta B team, and then Nanofiber Tokens in an absolute nail-biter in their last match last Sunday. So I think these teams also practice together as well. So we're going to see some potentially really interesting meta decisions come out off the back of that. Normally when you see scrim partners play one another, it ends up with people going 3, 4, 5 layers deep in the meta, and that is where the real spicy picks start to come out.
I'm also really tempted to see that, especially see if aggressive mid-tier can actually push through a win on their own instead of waiting on someone else to empty out the arena here. But Wingnut, I only need 2 comps versus Esports Utopia later. We're going to be seeing Esports Utopia in their last match featuring that aggressive no logic comp. I think one of the first teams to actually pull off a successful no logic comp using those Scythe fleet issues of the ACs versus only need 2 comps. Is only need 2 comps going to have to show more than 2 comps finally? I'm not too sure if you have any ideas who's going to come ahead in that matchup.
They need to? Maybe. Are they going to show more than 2 comps? Probably not. You gotta live up to the name, right? But yeah, that modified Mimitar Rush was very fun to watch. I want to see them do it again, something like that, off the wall.
Esports Utopia. I hope they can push it through. We've been seeing the no logic comps suffering a bit here in the ends, but Wingnut, back at you here again. Later, we're also going to be seeing Spectre Fleet versus Arrival. Arrival being the team that's been bringing double Vargers successfully quite well here in both their matches, the double Varger setup. Do you think they're still going to be able to keep steamrolling teams with that double Marauder setup?
Sure, to be honest, I suspect the team diversity is now recognize what they've got. And considering it is Spectre Fleet, who, known for MPSI, they do like going hunting like Bombers Bar, so maybe they're used to the big game hunting role. Maybe killing Marauders is just up their alley. So I'm not sure. I want to see the double Varga because I actually do want to see it lose and what it will lose to. Obviously, there's some people who know.
Unfortunately,
exactly
Spectre Fleet has been securing the wins with a curse right now, and I don't think the curse is going to be doing too much against the Vargers.
It will do enough. Like it will get some tracking disruption because the Varga's one of the strengths is having the autocannons at range. Being able to halve that or ruin that is still pretty useful, but the newts are going to be worse.
And then Jintan, the other final match we're going to be seeing in winner brackets today is going to be Pajolo Capital Supremacy versus Volt B, with Pajolo having that close call in the last matchup with the Bargas versus the Rashak of Ramrod, just edging away in that victory, the Bargas escaping the clutches of the Lashak. With Volt B putting out that they unfortunately knocked out the kind of weird rapid heavy comp of the triple battleship setup with the Getting in. Any idea who might come ahead in that matchup there of Pajolo versus Volt B?
I think it's got to be Volt B. Despite their name, they are actually the Volta A team. You've got Reload. You've got I think they've got Annie. They've got all of their top tier pilots smashed into a 7-man lineup there. It's going to be really, really difficult for Pajolo to take over, especially seeing as Volta haven't really had to show off any exciting comps. They've not really had to show their hand, and I think that's why we saw such a weird comp in that past match, because quite frankly, I don't think they respected Nor, and as was shown, they didn't need to. This is the first time they're going to be really challenged so far in this tournament run. It's going to be interesting to see what they bring out, as it will likely be a window into what we see going into the quarters and semi-finals.
Volt B actually made quite good use of their Logi and Rook in that last match last weekend. But like Jinten says, we'll be seeing what they have to present here to keep themselves in the winners brackets. So that's it for the winners brackets we have. We will be seeing a couple elimination matches, so more teams will be eliminated, unfortunately, today. Speaking of which, here, Wingnut, the first game we're going to be seeing today is going to be Chapog versus Paper Numbers. Chapog is gone for the classic Gilliban, throwing in the EOS as well for Bargast, while Paper Numbers has gone to get rid of those EC and battleships of the Widow, Scorpion, and Curse. What I'm interested here is the EOS ban. Do you think that's a valid ban right now? Because I'm not too sure if it's been performing that well thus far.
Interesting, man. Don't forget some of the EOSs we've seen have been weird fits, like that shield EOS setup we saw. They're banned Gila and EOS. They really don't want to see drones at all, and you ban the Gila off, that's your shield drones gone. You ban EOS off, that does really hurt the Ishtar drone setup. So maybe they're just saying, we don't want to see your fucking drones piss off. And the Bargas ban, I don't know, I guess I don't like pancakes. Just popped out
Well,
of nowhere.
Pancake
If I had
Candy
to, if I
Sear.
had to take a guess here, I'd say that this is bans set up for allowing them to potentially use the Blackbird, because the drone kite comp is incredibly effective against those sort of ECM comps, and the Barghest can also just absolutely crush a Blackbird through any reps that you can really land on it, just because of those rapid heavies. They apply so well even to an afterburning Blackbird, and it's not banned, quite interestingly, by the other side. So that could be what we see here from CH Pog.
Bingo.
Well,
Honestly, bingo.
speaking about then, like, do you think a EOS is the right thing there? Like, would something like a Vexor Navy on Ishtar maybe be more threatening? Jintan?
Yeah, I think so, but I don't know. It's very hard to ban out that drone kite comp, because you can use Stratios instead of the Ishtar, and you can use a couple of other ships in the place of the EOS as well. We've seen Dominic's and Armageddon variations of it be used somewhat effectively. But the EOS is, it provides both DPS and boosts. It's incredibly potent, actually, as a power pick in that comp. Still, it's like I said, it's hard to ban out. So it's more just making it worse if they do end up bringing it.
Well, just quick here, we're not going to put you on the spot as the teams are arriving here. Chapog versus Paper Numbers. Do you have a favorite going into this, and who do you think is going to come out on top?
Oof. Gonna say Chapog, just because I like Paper Numbers ban, but I feel like they've missed the most important ship in that ban list.
And Jintan, from your predictions.
I think I'm going to go with CH Pog here, and not entirely because they beat me in the first round of this tournament. I
Well, I'm
promise.
going to put my money on Paper Numbers here, but we do have the teams actually ready in the arena. Looks like we might be starting a bit ahead of schedule. Let me just make sure everyone is good to go. Seems like we're set up. So we will be heading to the arena with our first round. This will be an elimination match of Chapog versus Paper Numbers, and we'll be heading to the arena with our commentating duo of DTM and Moderator.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome down to the arena. My name's DTM135, joined, of course, by Moderator. Moderator, why don't you tell me what's going on Chapog's side? What are they looking like over there?
Yeah, so Chapog has chosen to bring in Armageddon, a Zarm, a Drekvac, a Vedmak, an Augur Navy issue, a Blackbird, and a Malediction. Of note, it does not appear that there are any turrets or missiles on that Armageddon, so probably full newt. Walk me through Paper Numbers in the next 15 before the match here.
We have Leshak, we have Oneros, we have a Rook, an Augur Navy issue, a Draugr, a Mauler, and a Merlin. I'm very curious to see how a Merlin, which is supposed to be a shield tank frigate, plays into this armor comp. I'm very curious how these two actually play against each other overall.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're about to see that the Malediction is burning into below and going for possibly the backline, wanting to go after possibly the Oneros. So far, Paper Numbers choosing to, if anything, just kite away, moving back towards that micro jump drive unit in the backside of the arena. Malediction looks like it's getting screened off by the Draugr. Right now, the Vedmak of Prontachek taking a fair amount of damage, but being comfortably repped up by the Zarm.
Yeah, that Malediction putting himself in a little bit of a tight spot while the Dragger's on top of him with newts and what looks like a scram that does not spell good things for Cannoneer T in this Malediction, as we're seeing him start to take a little bit of damage. The Merlin coming over, also going to join on this dog pile, continuing to do more damage.
Yeah, with that, we see that the Vedmek of Prontachek is choosing to close range as the Merlin of Cannon drops. So the Vedmek now turning around. CH Pog just trying to figure out what they want to do positionally. Their Malediction getting maybe a bit ahead of himself and jumping the gun here, but now CH Pog recommitting the Augur Navy issue and the Vedmak, trading some shots right now, getting into brawl range. The Mauler choosing now to burn past that Vedmak and go for either the Geddon or the Drekvac here.
Yeah, he is making a beeline for the center of the arena to keep his speed up. He is right now approaching that Armageddon. We'll see here in a moment if he tries to web or scram it. It might look like he's just doing a little bit of a drive-by. Meanwhile, the Og trying to screen him off. The Mauler turning back around. It looks like he's looking to stay on top of this Geddon for a little bit of stay and play fun. Meanwhile, the Vedmak is taking a bit of damage here as it's just a little bit separated from his team. It does have the direct next to it, helping it out, and it does have, it looks like, some medium armor maintenance bots on it, as well as, those Zarm reps trying to keep it up.
Yeah, we do see that there's unfortunately a missing flight of medium armor bots on top of that Vedmak. That would be rather nice to have right about now. Those are now catching up as the Vedmak appears to be somewhat stabilizing. The Zarm spooling up pretty effectively. The Augur Navy issue of Maddox over just trading at 0 with that Vedmak, and that's not going to go in his favor as the Vedmak damage continues to ramp up and up and up. So far, Vedmak stabilizing and Maddox very much not.
There is a lot of things taking damage right now. On paper's number side, the Draugur's taking damage, the Augur Navy is taking damage. Right now, the Oneros pilot has to make a decision on who he's going to attempt to keep alive. We are seeing some reps come out, but it still looks like it's local reps. The direct on him and the Vedmak is a lot of damage as they continue to spool up. He might need to get more help. I think I'm seeing the Zarm begin to rep him at the moment.
I mean, the Park Bank of Neoneros is putting all his reps onto that Augur Navy issue. Unfortunately, it does look like it's stabilizing. The Russian name 3XA in the Blackbird is very, very, very far away. All that damage that you're seeing on top of him is literally just the Zarm, or the Leshak rather, of Rifeson, choosing to try to brawl. The Leshak is completely burned past any sort of screening and is spooling up onto the Blackbird with that long-range ammunition and is easily breaking through the paper tank. And 3XAA is breaking now. Unpronounceable Russian name, no longer for this world. Prontchik had his reps swapped off of him from the Zarm to try to save the Blackbird. Those reps will try to reapply to him. But, I mean, that Zarm is going to take a long time to spool, and I don't know if Prontchik has enough time to live.
No, it doesn't look like he does long for this world as he's approaching Hall. Boom goes the headshot as Proton Chick does go down. It's looking right now like Red Side's going to have to figure out how to stay ahead of this Leshak's immense DPS and the pressure they've been able to apply so far. Brawling up in the front lines is fantastic, but that Blackbird getting a little bit too close of Red Side and allowing the Leshak to start spooling on it was just not seemingly the right call in that moment.
Yeah, so the Leshak now of Rifeson is now choosing to start putting damage onto pretty much whatever he wants, really. It looks like he's starting to spool up onto the direct fact. We see that Entropic beginning to spool up now. And, I mean, if you're in CHPOG, I think it's pretty much over for you. The Drek is taking nuke pressure and is now fully held down. The Augur Navy issue is not going anywhere. The Zarm of Stanley is doing what he can to try to stay out of neutralization pressure from the Leshak, but it looks like it's too much, and the Drekvac of Brundy is now going down into Hull. I think we're looking at what looks like 100-0 sweep DTM.
Definitely looking like a situation in the beginning of the match. Then Mahler burning onto the Armageddon, even with the immense newt range, able to lock it down and keep it from really applying newts absolutely everywhere that it wanted to just for free, was definitely a critical moment early on in this match. Currently, blue team kind of just gets to pick and choose its targets, even though the Zarm is still up. They just have so much DPS that they can easily apply even onto the Zarm, as we are seeing the Zarm take a little bit of damage right now.
Yeah, and I mean, we can see jam effects onto the Armageddon and the Navy Augur. That will be from the Rook of Campton Shinken, who, for quite literally this entire match, has been free to sit comfortably at range on top of a micro jump drive beacon, just at the maximum optimal of those jam cycles, and perfectly be able to just harass and annoy this Armageddon, the Augur Navy issue. Kryliko, I don't believe, just looking at the neutralization effects, doesn't look like he's able to do a whole lot. Zier Dorgers in the Augur Navy issue is taking a good amount of damage, and Stanley able to keep him up for now, but I don't think that Zir is going to survive too much longer, as we see that Maddox and now the rest of the blue team is choosing to close range and will be applying more and more damage as they get up and personal with him.
Yeah, one of the things that I'm seeing here is potentially that was actually an ECM Merlin early on in the fight, which I have even more questions about. Uh, it just seems like it's one of those fights where Paper Numbers was able to come in, call shots the way they needed to call them, and do its job the way it needed to be done in order, or the way they needed to do it in order to actually come out with a victory. Really excellent piloting, really excellent shot calling. As they go in right now, I'm not really quite sure what Chapag can do, because they have to try and figure out a way to clinch a win from this, and find a way to eliminate especially some of these smaller support ships. But they're also down a whole cruiser hull as well, even if they do get some of these support ships gone.
Yeah, I mean, Stanley Gray of the Zarm has been held down by the Trogger and the Leshek. Paper Numbers choosing to not try to break through an Augur Navy issue and go after the Zarm instead makes a lot of sense to me. Zir is being comfortably held down in his Augur Navy issue by the Merlin and the Augur Navy issue of Maddox, while the Zarm is going down further into armor with basically nothing to support him. We do see that Stanley Gray's Zarm is named after 4UA X-Death. Unfortunately, a long-standing member of the kind of the Russian and the CIS community, lost his life fairly recently, entirely too young. So, mad respect to CH for representing him and that organization. Zir Dorgers in the Augur Navy issue, now going down lower into armor here. Good fights in local. With about a minute 20, I don't think we'll see the Armageddon of Kryliko die, but the Augur Navy issue now into hull with no logic to rep him, falling in just a couple seconds here.
Boom goes the dynamite. Not exactly a 0 to 100, as you said, with a minute left on the clock. Killing the Armageddon isn't really an option depending on how it's fit. Very, very tanky. Lots of armor to go through. But hey, maybe we'll get to see one more explosion before this match is over.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Paper Numbers can do it. They have everything on top of Kryliko at 0. There's 50 seconds left in the match. We'll see if I think Rifeson is going to be the determining factor. Now closing on top of 0, he'll have that very close range entropic ammo able to spool up. It'll take him more than the 35 seconds we have left in the match to do that, but right now we're just seeing if Kryliko will go down and we'll have 100-0, or if it will just be a 75-point sweep. Either way, Paper Numbers will advance in the lower bracket, and CH Pog will be eliminated from the event here. And now with just 10 seconds left, it would appear that Kryliko will live the remainder of the match. For myself and DTM, this has been a bit of a blast. I'm glad that we can, open up yet another day of this Anger Games 5 with lots of explosions. And with that, we'll send it back to the desk.
And we're back. Well done to Paper Numbers on securing that victory. With that, they'll be seeing some victory skins coming their way later. But Wingnut, we saw the Widow and the Scorpion band, but we still got a bit of an ECM matchup. But I think there was a little hero there which gave the pushed the victory to Paper Numbers' side. I'm not sure if you can speak about what is happening there on the ECM side of things and the anti-ECM side.
Oh yeah, so they had the Merlin there, which was an ECCM ship, so it was obviously countering the ECM for the opposing team. But again, they banned out all the ECM ships, but left honestly the two most useful ones. The Rook and the Blackbird are some of the best ones. There's also that match there was also a good showing of why the Zarm is shit. Because just splitting up your damage, forcing him to react to whatever you want, he's going to constantly keep swapping his reps constantly. And as you can see, you can break through him fast enough with enough DPS. So that's why the Zarm isn't that good. I'm sorry, guys.
I think
Zarm
definitely has its place. Maybe with a bit more ECM control, but I mean, it just didn't work out here for them. We've definitely seen some strong showings from this armor diva. But Jintan, you got comments on what we just saw there with the kind of dominated victory by Paper Numbers?
Yeah, it was a really interesting match in terms of how the tackle war played out, and ended up being very crucial. As you saw at the end of that match, everything was sort of locked up, apart from the paper numbers Lashak, which was free to run riot in the back lines, kill off a Blackbird, and then from there make a beeline, pressure off the Logi from the fight, and then go back in and just start DPSing things down. And that was kind of because of a few really interesting plays and picks on the paper numbers side. We saw that the Mala there had no guns fit, but it had a full rack of Nos and Newts fit. So it was able to get on top of that Armageddon, slap a Nos on him, and then scram him down and hold him basically where he started the match for the entirety of the match. Whereas CH Pog then spent their ANI kind of trying to counter tackle him and newt him off, whilst the Armageddon was jammed and unable to apply his own newts in that direction. And they just spent so much time trying to get that Armageddon free, and it just didn't work for them. And that was only exacerbated by the fact that their Malediction went hell for leather trying to dive in for the backlines. I'm not really sure what he was trying to do. I think he might have been going for the Rook, but he ended up getting screened by the counter tackle there from paper numbers, and that was just the end of him. You saw how quickly he evaporated.
Absolutely decimated there at the start. It struggled to survive under that Logi, even though it was still just one target a rep. Still wasn't able to keep him up quite that well. But weighing that, I want some opinion. We saw the Geddon during that match fire some smart bombs. Now, while the Geddon does have the utility of doing both the newts and the smart bombs, when it comes to utility highs on these battleships, for instance, the Shack, which does have capacitor usage bonus towards both of these utility highs, what do you prefer, and what are the advantages or disadvantages of kind of having either a newt or a smart bomb?
Well, in my opinion, with newts, you want to have as many as you can get, because the more you get, the more you can actually pressure things. So choosing a smart bomb means you have to you're sacrificing. Not really, well, it depends. To get that Geddon, you've got a full nuke rack, so you're not sacrificing much. But it's very much the Geddon is a full control ship, and being able to bring both or either really does allow it to do whatever you want. And smart bombs are great for breaking things, but nukes are also good for breaking one thing, for removing off the Logi, for taking up a tackle. It's being able to stop one thing, whereas smart bombs are like breaking the entire comp, because it generally focuses on removing rep drones. Because you're not going to smart bomb off Gila drones. You could try all you want, mate. They'll survive it. So it's very much an anti-rep drone situation, whereas newts are kind of all the time. That's my
That's
opinion, at least.
And then speaking of drones here now, Gen 10, we've seen drones comms feature here. We've seen the Gilas, we've seen, the EOSs, the Geddons, quite a common thing. Now, one drone type I think we have not seen at all is the sentry drone. Why aren't teams using sentry drones?
So there's a couple of key reasons, but I think the most important one is the fact that sentry drones are limited to only being usable in their T1 format. You are not able to bring, say, your Imperial Navy Curators or something similar that would allow you to have that projection and tracking, and probably most importantly, the massive HP that's provided by going from T1 to faction. That just means that you can't do stuff, especially as typically what we've seen in the past is that they were abused by things like the VNI and to a lesser extent the Vexor, which have now been changed quite significantly. So you can't have that opening volley, which will maybe take a T1 cruiser or a destroyer off the grid right at the start of the match and give you that advantage that you need. That's pretty much it. That it's just a different format to the Alliance tournament, and without those Republic fleet drones, you're just not going to be able to reach critical DPS mass to be able to break through logistics.
Well put there as well. Winging up the next game, we're going to be seeing another elimination match. Game 34 is going to be nanofiber tokens. So we're going to be seeing NFTs and Eve online versus Turbo Feed or Glory. What kind of put nanofiber here in the lower brackets, Wingnut? What happened? How'd they end up here?
You're asking me to remember things from a week ago. That's a bad decision.
I can tell you very specifically if you'd like.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Jinsai, because I think it was quite a memorable moment, actually.
Yeah, so what happened was nanofiber tokens, they were in a position to absolutely win their match against aggressively mid-tier. They had it down to just an opposing Macarial, whilst they had a Claymore and two tackle ships, a Jackdaw and a Hyena left on grid. And they were just about to time the match out when their captain, I believe, in the Claymore, MJD'd and hit the beacon just at the last moment and sent himself careening out of the arena in probably the biggest choke we've seen so far in this tournament. They had things practically sewn up, but they got, crippled by fancy play syndrome. They were completely kiting that Macariel as well. They kited him out for 3+ minutes beforehand, and they just weren't able to finish the match off, losing in like the last minute or so of the game. It was an
Really
absolute
unfortunate.
tragedy.
Great spectator value, though, so thank you for NFT for making this exciting for everyone here watching at home. But with that wingnut, we actually are seeing a 100% win rate for every Macario that has been picked in the tournament. Do you think the Macario can live up to such a high reputation?
Oh, considering I doubt it will be picked ever again, yes, it will remain 100% win rate.
And
Completely.
what does the Macario actually offer? Do you think it was just a bit of a meme pick, or was it actually it's bringing something of its own value to a tournament composition?
Mostly the thing it mainly tends to bring is speed and like self-control, but I don't really see what it's bringing over other ships. It's probably just a meme pick, but it does have strengths. It's just it don't tend to be worth it in an arena setting.
Well, we'll see as well with the rest of the things, but yeah, the angel ships, unfortunately, with that roll bonus of the warp not having much effect here in the tournament setup, because it doesn't matter if you get to the arena faster than your opponent, everyone has to warp at the same time. I think last week we saw, I think, a Droger teleport to 0, and maybe some other things in the feeders, but in the tournament setup, teams have their warps unlocked at the same time. They have a very limited window to warp to the arena. If they do not warp to the arena within that window, the warp gets locked, they're stuck where they are. It is up to the refs to decide what the punishment is. Normally, the punishment being they do not have the choice of between 0 to 50 kilometers. They are put right smack in the middle of the arena. So lovely, juicy target for everyone. Really bad if your Logi doesn't warp at the right time, just right there in the middle. But Jintan, we're going to quickly go up for the bans here about game 34 we're going to be seeing. So NFT has banned the Shaq Vidmac Curse Ishtar. That Ishtar is speaking out before when we've seen the EOS ban, with Turbo Fetal Glory banning the Armageddon Curse, Barghast, Abaddon. I want to talk about these battleships a bit, Jintan. So we've been seeing the Abaddon feature a bit, but the Hyperion has sometimes been the go-to battleship. What are teams thinking when they're deciding between a Abaddon and a Hyperion, maybe?
So the Hyperion is something that can provide a lot of its own tackle. It has a hell of a lot of DPS, but it has next to no projection. You need to be within at least 20 kilometers to really do anything to affect the grid. Whereas the Abaddon has kind of similar DPS up close, even if you need to provide another ship to tackle for it. But it can then also project up to 60, even 70 kilometers with certain fits. And that can allow you to get locked into a fight, in an armor control matchup, and then still be able to project out and hit your opponent's logistics, which is a really, really key attribute of the ship. Whereas if you're able to lock down a Hyperion in the center of an armor control matchup, and I don't know, you've got a Zarm or something to keep whatever's tackling it alive, they kind of can't do anything at that point. That said, we've got ships landing on grid here, so...
Indeed, we do. So we're going to be seeing, so quickly, here's some predictions in 10, NFT or Turbo Feed.
I've got to go for my man Mark in Turbo Feed or Glory.
I'm going to be going for NFT. I think they're doing quite well. Just had a bit of an unlucky play there, put them in the losers. What's on your side there, Wingnut?
As long as they don't press the wrong button and yeet themselves into Narnia, I think NFT should have this. But Turbo Feed, they occasionally show up with a lot of glory, so go for it, boys. I want to believe, but I'm voting.
Well, we'll see if there's Fetal Glory as we're heading to the arena for game 34 with our commentator duo of DTM and moderator.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Drones versus Drones. We have, for Turbo Feeder Glory, an Autocannon Sleipnir, a Scimitar, Triple Gila, a Kitsune, and a Mollis. Walk me through nanofiber tokens here at DTM.
All right, looking over at nanofiber tokens, we have a Claymore, Scimitar, Gila, all day long, baby. A Hyena and a Skybreaker. I'm very, very excited to see how the drone versus drone comp plays out. These are very, very similar comps.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see that Claymore appears to be heavy missile launcher fit, whereas the Sleipnir is going to be autocannon fit. One team choosing to go for a brawler setup with those autocannons that want to be up close and impersonal, whereas a Claymore, you want to be further away with those heavy missiles, and that plays into why you would bring a Hyena. You're trying to get some paints to make your missiles apply better and use those webs defensively to screen things off of you. So I think that's going to be kind of the key, difference between these two setups here. Nanofiber tokens wanting to kite away, Turbofeed probably wanting to press the close range advantage. Speaking of pressing advantages, we see that damage has already been pushed onto the Kitsune of Railed Tundra Paw and a little bit of chip damage onto Grigory and the Maulus. That Kitsune cannot drop in the first 15 seconds of the match, but the Maul's already down into hull. Jessup Waffle has to be absolutely on point. He saves, but the Kitsune and the Maul's get alpha'd off the arena here. Tragic if you're Turbofeed.
Turbofeed right now trying to get on the Scimitar. Something early on that happened in this match was all of NFT assisted their drones over to the Hyena, it looked like, sending them, letting them follow the Hyena's paints, allowing them to command a little bit of range here and allowing them to more easily coordinate their drones. We are seeing Lawrence and the Scimitar of NFT take a lot of damage, but we're seeing the Ancil reps come in and absolutely keeping alive. Scimitar, very, very strong ship when it comes to self-repping.
Okay, so Jason McWaffle had a full set of Gila drones on top of him, and he has just now micro-jumped off the beacon. So those Gila drones are very, very far away from everything else. But that means that his Gilas have no Logi support right now. And Lawrence Clifton choosing to just burn away, try to get out of the drone control range. And he does. Those drones no longer going after Lawrence from the Turbofeed side. Now we see a damage swap over to the Sleipnir of Mark for CSM 17, taking what appears to be some damage, but now the Gila of
wow, it looks like they got the Hyena. It's down in low hull. Can they pilot away from these drones and not die? 1% hull left. He gets a shield boost off the Semi, trying to say, hey, here's a little bit more life. Stay in this match as long as possible. But here comes Turbo's drones. He is not longing for this world. He has to heat his prop and stay away from them.
Yeah, no, Azura will live. He's heating his micro warp drive, and those drones are getting trekked off of him. Meanwhile, Dan Keogh in the Gila is taking a full flight of 6 Gila drones and will break. Azura saving himself in 1%, and now having to turn around. The Scimitar of Lawrence dropping. He ran out of those ASB charges. Well, whereas Mark for CSM 17 taking a full set of Gila hits himself. Azura no longer having any sort of support, and probably not having any more heat on his micro warp drive. Can't keep himself alive too much longer. Mark absolutely getting destroyed, and I don't know if going for a Hyena instead of going for a Gila is the right call there.
They did kill a Semi, so now they have a little bit of free range on the Gilas. We're seeing Mark, and we're seeing these other two Gilas. We're seeing Jezza get on top of Caesar in his Gila, absolutely just trying to pull it down and break down. They have an opportunity here right now. The Slep trying to stay alive. I'm not sure if the Semi reps are going to be able to keep it alive long enough, but if they manage to kill this Gila before he breaks through shield, it might be a situation where they're just enough of a DPS reduction that the Semi reps can actually keep Mark up. We're seeing him go into low shield constantly. It's not looking like they're making very much progress. They have to pick another target and get on it soon. It looks like he might be going into armor, actually. He does have a web.
Yeah, no, Mark is out of ASB charges, so he'll be breaking rather shortly. Chadwick is being a Giga Chad right now and continuing to apply heavy missiles onto Mark. Those two Gila drones, flights of Gila drones on top of Mark, are absolutely going to break him. The question is whether or not he'll load his ASB. And no, it doesn't look like he'll have enough time. Azura continuing to do excellent work with those paints onto Mark, making those Gila drones just apply a little bit more. Mark now getting some reps off a little bit. That might be his ASB cycling. Continuing to go down lower.
Probably the Semi reps, though. I think that's definitely the Semi reps. Meanwhile, he's in a race against time with 10. While he's in half hull, we're seeing him bleed through a little bit. There's actually a big rep. Are they managing to stay ahead of the DPS curve? I have absolutely no idea right now because he just keeps dropping so low. Meanwhile, 10 in the Skila is not longing for this world as they're all applying DPS to him. Look at the big boost. Can Mark manage to do this? The slap that could.
Yeah, no, he's definitely had his ASB reloaded. He's about halfway through his charges at this point. Meanwhile, 10 Arrest is in about half shields right now. And Mark, if he can, he's probably out of charges now, but he's absolutely been able to claw back into full shield as a damage swap is called off to Jezza McWaffle. I'm really liking that right now.
The Hyena got a web onto the Semi. They're switching drones onto it. It's not longing for this world as they're switching to reps. They have to figure out something that they can kill off this grid. The Gila of 10 breaking away and free. It does look like the Gila, the Slep, and the other Gila are burning down, trying to give this Simi support as it goes into armor. It's just going down so fast. They do not have very many options here as the Scimitar goes down.
Yeah, Azura in the Hyena was able to get a drive-by web just long enough for Verdict to get secondary tackle so that Azura could burn past. I mean, Azura is, if they win, is going to be the absolute MVP of this match, being able to get, that long-range paint, long-range webs, just drive-by things, still surviving with 1% hull, taking a little bit of damage at range, now down into just a sliver of shields. Mark for CSM now taking the full brunt of those Gila drones from 10 and Nicholas, and long-range missiles from Chadwick. Azura taking continuing more damage. We're just seeing that the Gila of 10 RS taking some shield bots, while the Republic fleet Valkyries continuing to chase after 10 RS.
That critical moment where the damage was on the Hyena and they were able to keep it alive in 1% structure so they could keep the webs, keep the paints, keep the damage pumping through. We are seeing them go for another Gila now, saying, screw the Hyena. We need to, make this a DPS race if we possibly can. We know the Claymore is super tanky. We are seeing a Skybreaker take a little bit of damage as well. Meanwhile, 10 Rest in the Gila is not looking too healthy at 17% shield. There are a couple of bots on him giving him shield, but it's not going to be enough because he gets alpha right through.
Yeah, no, he had 3 sets of drones, or 2 sets of drones rather, on top of him. Whereas Koneku has been held down and is going to go down through the last of his hull. So right now we have Mark for CSM, one very trying to continue to reload ASB Sleipnir boy, where Drac Chesto in the Gila has a set of Gila drones from Nicholas on top of him. Just at the very edge of the arena here at 110 off of the boundary. Nicholas Ormond continuing to apply damage to him, and Mark trying to intercept that Gila. But Nicholas just a little bit too fast for that Sleipnir, just outspeeding him by a good 1,000 meters per second right now. Azura is continuing to take some damage, and that has just been some passive shield regen. Getting web onto Drac Chesto in the Gila, allowing the Claymore of Chadwick and Nicholas to close on top of him at 0. I think that we're going to see Drac drop rather shortly here, and that will be the last of the Gilas. The Azura will drop for it, but that's absolutely worth it at this point in the match.
The Hyena finally going down, living through most of the match with 1% structure. We're going to see Drac right now also be dropping very quickly as he goes into armor. The little medium rep bots they could, helping them win the DPS race. Also an excellent moment of the Hyena managing to help screen a little bit on the red side to the blue side, applying screens so that Nicholas can get away. Right now, Mark is all alone, one man left alone on grid to make decisions just for himself. He does have the Skybreaker on top of him, scramming him, so he's not going to have any options to do anything with a micro right now. He has to figure out a way for him to apply DPS to something on grid. This poor Sleipnir is in a situation, though, where the Gilas can just send drones over and stay all the way on the other side of the arena once they get on him.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for that Sleipnir, we see that the Skybreaker is, doing what Skybreakers do best, and he's been continuing to kill, any sort of drones that were repairing that Sleipnir. The Verdict now taking some damage from Mark with that Sleipnir shots, now connecting, are continuing to push him down into armor, but the Gila and the Claymore are very, very comfortably kiting away. Judging by the speed of Mark for CSM 17, I'm going to go with his micro warp drive possibly having been burnt out. I say just in time as he continues to prop up. He had been rather stationary, continuing to get hit by those Caldari Navy Vespas. An excellent choice of damage that will pound through his kinetic resist, and we can see that he's continuing to have to cycle that ASB going into half, and now just bumping up full shields. If you're the Sleipnir, you have to kill Nicholas Ormond at least to force things into overtime.
He has an option right now. He wants to load EMP. He wants to get in range But, the Gila does have the option to use the micro. It could be a double-headed sword. If he's reloaded his ASB, he might have a chance here, but we're watching him get real low. That's a risky amount. The bleed's about to come through. If he's on reload, he's already dead. Oh, and
Yeah,
there
that will
might
be-
be Turbo Feeder Glory's last chance. This is an elimination match, I believe, right? And
Yeah, that was an elimination match, and as he just dies right after time, as nanofiber tokens will take it on point and go into the next round. With that, we'll send it back to the desk to break down that amazing match.
And we're back with NFTs taking the win there. Wingnut, we saw the show of the Gillas once again enforce triple Gillas on both sides, but I think there were some key differences in the low end which might have pushed the match there that happened on the frigate side. Can you point those out to us?
That Hyena was god tier. Like that was some of the best Hyena flying we saw. We got a confirmation from Zealous. It had 3 HP when they saved it, which is absurd. A bad sneeze would have broken it apart. But I believe at the very start of the match, and I think I think guys said in commentary said it as well. They assisted their drones all to that Hyena, who then picked the target, pointed it, and like the old Finger of God days back from the old Ishtar balls, just pick that target and kill it. And the Hyena is the perfect ship to make that work. And as you saw, they nuked that Kitsune and Molus in just seconds, just gone.
It's
But
absolutely
honestly,
decimated, yeah.
well flown for sure.
So Jinten, NFT looked quite dominating, especially with that opening, which is deleting the Molus and the Kitsune as if they weren't even there. But then they suddenly lost their scimitar, and it seemed like they were on the back foot there for a moment. What kind of happened? Like it almost looked at the moment like NFT actually should have lost, with the Logi still being up on the other side.
Yeah, so what happened there was a really crucial play. As we saw, the Turbo Feed were able to take their opposing scimitar out, but so was Nanofiber Tokens. They were able to use their Skybreaker, sneak him into the back lines, and scram the opposing logistics more than 100 kilometers away from the Sleipnir of Mark for CSM 17. And that led to him just getting burnt through with basically no ability to rep up. And whilst they weren't able to take him down, that forced them to reposition almost their entire team around it and focus on trying to kill off tackle rather than going on to a healer. And if they'd have been able to turn onto a healer, I almost think they should have sacrificed Mark for CSM 17 there and taken something else out, because at the end of the day, that's what really cost them the match. The fact that they weren't able to capitalize on the loss of the opposing scimitar until 2-3 minutes later and actually get a kill off the back of it.
Yeah, it felt to me like they were a bit indecisive of what they wanted to shoot. Especially, I also think at the NFT made the good play, like you pointed out there, with the scamming Skybreaker, because a lot of people might look at a set and go, "Why would you shoot that?" Well, the Logi's still up. Well, the Logi's technically not in the match at that point. But then later they looked like they just let the Scimitar go and let them get into range. Maybe should have committed on the step, put the wind through a bit earlier on that one, but we're not too sure what happened there. But Wingnut, I want to speak a bit about the choice here of the Molus. What does a Molus actually bring, and why might it be a bit lacking in a tournament setup?
Is the bargain basement carries. It's your damping boy, except in this tournament there are no scripts on damps. So even if you fit most of your mids with it, you can pretty much ruin one ship maybe, but it's not that good. If you had a carries, the effect is so amplified. I mean, I think half of us here have been damped out by a carries someday and have internally raged at it, and it just doesn't really cut the mustard, unfortunately. If you're gonna bring a ship that size, bring a Kitsune. It will do way more effect at the same price.
Well, they already did bring the Kitsune. Do you think they should have brought something else instead of the Molus?
Griffin, wrong one.
Griffin. Well, I
cheaper
personally
one.
would have preferred maybe a Vigil, just those bonus paints helping to, make the drones apply. That's from my side. But the next match is going to be an upper brackets match. This is going to probably be the highlight of today. I almost want to say it's going to be game 45, Tempest Kalsev versus Aggressively Midger. Now, Jintan, we've seen Tempest bring this 3 battle cruiser comp, which we've apparently dubbed the Triple Daddy. But now they've done quite well with this. But Aggressively Midger has gone and banned the Scimitar, Oracle, Widow. So why would a team not be banning the comp that Tempest has been dominating with thus far?
As I said really at the start of this stream, these two teams are scrim partners. So they've played a lot of matches against one another, and that always leads to a very, very curious situation where, you end up 3 levels deep in the meta and you know the counter to the things that you think your opponents are going to counter, and you probably think that you know the counter to their counter. We see healers unbanned here. We see Hyperion unbanned here. We see Abaddon unbanned here. We see Ishtar unbanned here. We see Curse unbanned here. All of the usual power picks that we've seen banned out so far in this tournament, even the Scorpion, the Scorpion is banned, are just not here. And it's going to be really curious just to see what comes out, because there's every chance that we end up seeing what lands on grid and one team has just mind gamed the opponent into oblivion, or we'll have something absolutely brilliant.
I'm also really tempted to see this. I kind of have my money on the Grizzly mid tier. I'm kind of favoring the Rockefeller team. Just a reminder for the ones at home, the difference here versus the Alliance tournament is that teams are allowed to enter themselves under any banner they wish. They do not all have to be under the same alliance. They can even have multiple teams from the same alliance, and they can pretty much call themselves whatever they want. So if some of the name seems confusing here, it's intentional, and the teams have made it confusing. But aggressively mid tier is a Rockefeller team. Now, Wingnut, I want to know here, the Gila. We've seen Tempest start off quite strong on the first weekend with there was no Gila bans. They still decided not to choose it. Do you think Tempest is kind of just saying like, "Hey, we're better than the Gila. We don't need the Gila," or what might be the reason for not wanting to take such a strong pick?
They probably just have a plan for how to fight it. That's these guys are pretty much top of the bunch, so they know what they're doing. So they don't want to bring it. They've got something else in mind. I don't think it's really mind game or flexing. They don't tend to do that. They're way too much business for that. So I suspect it's very much a we don't care.
And then we see your Tempest is also being consistently banning the Armageddon Scorpion. I think Juntan did touch on it a bit here, but Wingnut, what are these two things really make them scary versus an Abaddon or Hyperion in the battleship category?
They're basically the two big control ships. They're different types. One's ECM, one's nuding, and smart bomb all stuff. But effectively, they're the two best control ships you can get for battleship sizes. If there's other ones, I can't even think of them. So
Well, it seems that we actually do have the teams ready here. Like I said, I am hoping aggressively mid tier takes this, but I won't put my Lacoste at the spot as we do have the teams ready, and we'll be heading to the arena for Tempest Calcif versus aggressively mid tier with our commentators of Wingnut and Hoed.
And here we are in the arena for Tempest Calcif versus aggressively shit tier. And I'm joined, of course, by Hoed. How you doing, mate?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking.
Hell yeah, man. We're seeing a beautiful battleship core here. And I think both sides have pretty much bought the same idea. Please talk us through it, mate. What do we got?
We've got for our orange friends, sorry, Tempest Caliph. We see, I guess, a core DPS of 3 battle cruisers, Harby Navy, Brutix, with some support ships, Augur Navy, Omen Navy, Heretic, Harby, Zarmzad.
Yeah, double Brutix Navy, Zarm, Vedmak, Orc Navy, Vigilant, Droga. That's a very interesting choice of the Vigilant there. Definitely the one standout as far as I'm concerned, but a lot of very strong ships here. All armor, of course. Both sides picking the accursed Zarm. And it's pretty much going to be an outfly here. I don't think it's going to be anything on comp. It's going to be purely by flying here.
Oh, I would say almost a mirror matchup, and at least, I guess, ideas, kind of.
Very much so. I'm just double checking things just to make sure I'm not crazy as the match is underway. I believe those are rail Brutick Navies, but I'm not entirely sure. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, DPS going hard on the Draugr. He's dropping down at half armor.
Boom! God. that is
Catches
just ridiculous
reps,
how fast. Goes straight down to low armor immediately. But he's repping quite well. Bravo to Rima there in the Zarm match.
They got Vigi webs on this Brutix. That's going to hurt him.
Oof.
Swap to the Vedmak again, taken into half armor.
I'm just watching like this chaos, trying to see what's going on. But yeah, Cyclo now and the Vedmak being pounded pretty hard.
I think we're going to have to see aggressively mid tier decide to take something hard here because a lot of their DPS is in trig ships, but Vedmak is set down.
Too late. God. And that there is the weakness of the Zarm. He could not swap off the Droga and the other ships in time to save the Vedmak. Now they're going for
That's
the Vigilant
a lot of
next.
DPS missing.
Exactly that. It's a lot of long-term DPS as well. They got going for the Vigilant next. That is probably one of the best short-term DPS ships. Doesn't need to be there particularly long to do the damage. And
We've got aggressively mid-tier Brutix on the Augur Navy. He's not even with the Vigilance. This isn't good for them.
Yeah, that but honestly well tackled by Solidus.
Yeah,
Solidus. Sorry,
Augur Navy's going to hold him for a while.
And look at Brainstraw now. He's going into Hull. This Zarm just can't rep him up. I'm seeing 1,001 rep drones on the Heretic at the moment, by the way.
Smart bomb cycling to keep them off him.
And boom, Vigilant down too. They just can't rep it. This zombie cannot get the reps up in time.
And not a lot of DPS yet. I mean, most of the damage here is on this Augur Navy. That's just because he has the one Brutus tackled.
And honestly, he pretty much has to do it. But unfortunately, that's one of the worst targets to pick because the one good thing about the Augur Navy, it manages to synergize very well with the Zarm because the extra armor buff gives it time. Exactly. Now you see Alex Hecate now being primaried off.
Are we going to see any kills from aggressively mid-tier here, though?
Yeah, this one has a chance for the Zarm to save him. He's also got a massive wave of rep drones on him.
I don't know, he's dropping.
The one ship that could maybe do it.
I don't think Augur has any hardeners to heat here. He's got a reactive, but I don't think that's going to spool up in time. Nope.
Nope, never mind. Not even that's going to hold. All right, that is going to be very unfortunate.
Auger's going to drop pretty quickly here, too.
They're hoping to try and get the Honor Heretic kill. Maybe try and get the Honor Heretic kill here. So it's not an entire wash.
Yeah, but I don't know. Heretic might hold. That's a lot of rep drones on him.
Yeah, this bonus is like the start of the match, which is just great. Fortunately, the other Droga, he's starting to survive.
Yeah, Jogger's managed to burn away from them closer. I think that's the most important. A little bit closer to the Zarmzad. He's getting full reps now.
Yep. So they managed to save one ship. So bravo there. I'm just love watching this Heretic. I'm sorry. The Heretic
sits a little bit.
There we go.
But reps have swapped to him fully now. No longer just rep drones. I don't think they're going to get him.
Oh man, is this going to be a clean sweep for Tempest?
Oh, it really might be with this Brutix. Brutix might be able to be a little bit tankier. I mean, if Zarmzad can get reps fully on him. That being said, Draugr dropping down really low again, and Draugr's down.
I think the Zarm for a second there, you saw the damage switch over to Lady Labia. It's like, okay, perfect. I'm going to start repping that. But that's exactly what Tempest wanted. The moment they switched the reps off of the Draugr, they saw that and immediately snapped back and killed the Draugr in seconds. Well played by Tempest to kill off another ship. Not that there was really much that rote/aggressive ship tier can do. But
I mean,
again,
that's how you beat the Zarm.
Yeah, but that's exactly how you beat the Zarm. You make it switch, even for a second. The moment he switches, that's it. You're in. It's over.
I think aggressively mid-tier here really wanted to get a hard, long, drawn-out engagement on one of the core ships because they brought both a Vigi and a Vedmak, which is a lot of holding power, and a Heretic goes down.
Yeah, not an absolute.
Not a clean sweep.
Personally, I think Tempest gave him that one, but
yeah, I mean, if you really wanted to just bully them and not let them get anything, you just burn the Heretic off.
Very true.
They have a core wing of what, 3 battle cruisers, 2 navy ships. They are not going to be able to break those. And Augur Navy drops like a rock.
Yeah. And actually, quite crazy that the Zarm is one of the last ships alive. Normally, for with Zarms, after
they just
a point,
don't
you have to
need to kill them.
Exactly. Normally, after a point, you have to kill the Zarm because it gets a little bit better as the match progresses, as more DPS falls off. But didn't matter. We haven't lost any DPS for it to even matter.
I mean, at this point, if you were going to switch to the Zarm, you would do it now. But we're watching this Brutix melt, even with the Zarm reps on him. So.
Yep. I'm curious. I'm honestly really curious. I want to see the Brutix Navy just not die. I want the Zarm to be able to save one ship, but I don't think it's going to matter, unfortunately. Brutal. Triple battle cruiser core. Beautiful. That's definitely going to be something interesting to see. And I bet you every other team at the moment is taking notes, considering both of these near top tier teams brought effectively the same idea and comp together.
I think the core difference that we saw here was a little bit more faction cruisers from aggressively mid-tier, but we saw a heavier mid-line with the battle cruisers.
Exactly, yeah. It looks like Tempest went for the heavier ships, and also their cruisers were still the tanky ones too. They brought the Org Navy, which is well known as like one of the tanky cruisers. So yeah, that's been very interesting, but I'll be curious to see what everyone else thinks once this Zarmad dies.
if aggressively mid-tier, I think, went up against a comp that wasn't so heavy armor, especially the mid-tier ships, the not a lot of points, but the core of your fleet, I think they would have done better here just because this was a bad matchup for them. They can't really spool on anything because how tanky everything is. Going up against the Zarmzad essentially makes your Venmax spool worthless.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation to be in for sure. Weirdly enough, one of the best counters to a Zarmad is actually another triangle ship to counter
Yeah.
spool their spool. If you can break through at the start, you'll break through at the end. But it looks like
But that being
Rima's
said,
going for the edge of glory. There he goes.
yeah,
So
moment of silence.
bravo to Tempest. Very dominating match there. With that, we'll go back to the studio and see what they think.
Britain's premier independent CSM member returns. Steve Ronukin. Vote Steve Ronukin for CSM.
Every fight you take, every line you make, every ship you break, every hit you take, I be jamming you.
And we're back. To everyone who is still able to hear us, welcome back here for Tempest taking that victory over Rokapel. Aggressively mid-tier team. I'm joined here now in the studio panel here with Moderator and Azure. So, Azure, we're seeing Tempest take again once this 3 battle course set up. Rokapel kind of trying to imitate it, but I think there were some core differences here which gave Tempest quite the dominating victory here. I'm not sure if you can point them out to us, Azure.
Well, yeah, there were certainly major differences. Going for the Vigilant was a little interesting. I mean, obviously they want the webs to help everything apply. I think the main mistake, though, is they went for the Brutix, which is a notoriously tanky ship right off the bat when there's a Harbinger right there. I don't know if it was a range issue or not, but that's certainly the decision I would have made.
Well, we did see Rokapel actually opting for the Blaster Brutixes, whereas Tempest actually brings more long-range comp, which was shouldn't have been a surprise. They don't run the exact same comp with the exact same range setup. Moderator, what is actually kind of with that? Is it just a bad matchup when you're doing a rush versus a long-range comp?
So it can be. What the problem that aggressively mid-tier ran into was kind of, as Azure was alluding to, was a bit of a range. So we saw that the Temple side was running a combination of beams and railguns. Yes, excuse me. Getting over a bit of COVID. Aggressively mid-tier choosing to run with blasters, and unfortunately, aggressively mid-tier effectively got kind of strung. So blasters are very, very, very good if you can just get a death ball of 3 or 4 ships on top of something, and it's going to basically melt on top of all that damage. What Tempest was able to do is kind of split apart these Brutixes and these other ships into, little groups, or to string them out one at a time, where you ended up seeing Brainstar have to commit, have to go in with that Vigilant, at 0, trying to get some damage. The problem is that a Vigilant isn't going to have the same tank as a Navy Augur or any of, these other battle cruisers on that comp, and as a result, we saw that Tempest's attack bar was consistently higher in terms of applied damage throughout the match compared to aggressively mid-tier, who just couldn't do anything being strung out.
I think that's a valid tactic you mentioning there, where workpile almost being like herded into little clusters so the Tempest could pick them off. I do think this might come down to a communication issue. I've had experience with this before, where you can run let's say, two blaster battleships, and if you're not communicating that you're tackled, you can suddenly have your two cores separated from each other and just isolated, and they can't really do much. You have to make a decision: stick together, or deal with these situations as they arise here. Now, Zero, I want to ask, we did see both teams actually bringing the Zarm here. I know Wingnut says the Zarm is rather, a D minus pick. But do you think a Zarm actually had a place on the Rokapel side? Was there maybe a bit too much points invested there? Did it actually offer them anything much in staying in that game?
Well, from a points perspective, it's the same as an Oneros, so it's not actually costing you much there. I personally think the Zarm is just fine. If you do the math on it, it's repping about as good as an Oneros after about 3 cycles to 30 seconds or so. So you actually can get quite a few reps out of it. It's that initial start where you're, a little worried, so it's hard to catch something small. But, they brought battle cruisers and tanky cruisers. The idea is that you have the time for the spool to catch up, and then you're ahead of, say, an Oneros or even especially a Guardian. So I think that it has a place, particularly with what they were trying to do.
Maybe it's hard to say. I do think that Tempest in the end just ended up playing them a bit more with those clusters, as we alluded to before. But valid points on the Zarm still actually being quite a solid pick. Glad to see it's the same points as our nearest. I believe in previous tournaments we've had it actually be discounted, which made it even stronger in that sense. But now, moderator, we always when we see Brutixes, people in chat as well always having the meme of the hull tank Brutix. Why would people do a hull tank on something like a Brutix, and is it even still a valid strategy these days?
So basically, what you're trying to do if you're going to bring the whole tanks Brutix is you would drop the logistics, right? You'd say, okay, we're going to free up those 22 points to do something different, right? We're going to bring another, Navy Harbinger instead. Navy Harbinger 21 points, Zarm 22, about the same. Right? You're saying, okay, we're just going to go all in. We're going to bring a absolute crap ton of damage. In previous Alliance tournaments, right, we got to see things like the Octodad, comp, which was bringing 8 battle cruisers, and that's kind of fallen out of the meta in favor because in this Anger Games, as you continue to bring the same hull, you have to spend more points for it. So the other important note is that with 7 people in an event as opposed to 10 or as it used to be 12, your reps are far more effective just because there's less incoming damage on you. So it makes those, repairs much, much more valuable. So can it be viable? In previous metas, it has been, absolutely. In this one, probably not.
And now, Azir, for the upcoming match here, we're going to be seeing No Vacancies versus Tournament Team. I want to speak about how No Vacancies have been doing. So, No Vacancies has been one of the teams that has actually been fielding Frigology, actually going against only need 2 comps before. No Vacancies brought a Burst and a Bantam, where we see a lot of teams actually bringing Cruiserology, especially the Zarms, Oneros, Rodivas, even the T1 Osprey has been actually performing rather well. Why would teams be using 2 slots to maybe bring Frigology, even it's T1 Frigology?
Well, I mean, it's purely a points decision, and you can see that with them going with Burst and Bantam to avoid the duplication penalty. You're just trying to save points to put them in other parts of your comp. So their last match, No Vacancies brought a double Barghest. That just uses up a huge amount of the points that you have available to you. And so they're trying to claw it back wherever they can. You're seeing less Frigology this tournament. I think it's a little overpriced in this this sort of setup. But when you only have so many points to play with, you got to use them where they're most effective. And the Tech 1 Frigology, if you look at them on paper, they do almost as much reps as a Tech 2. Not quite as much, but they're 80 or 90% as good. Where they suffer is they just don't have the tank. But if you're getting that effective reps out of them, unless they're getting shot, it doesn't matter how much tank they have. And so you have the opportunity to, put some reps on the field, which over a long time of a fight can make a huge difference. And so I think that's why you're seeing them, and I think that's probably why they brought them.
That's true. Now, do you feel like you can still those slots? Do you feel it's worth it to actually invest 2 slots instead of one versus the cruiserology?
Again, it sort of depends on your theory crafting and the style you're wanting to fly. But yes, in certain situations, I think Novak, they brought 2 Barghests and with an Orthrus and some command destroyers as support. They've run out of points now. Again, so those 2 frigs cost them, I think, 6 points. What else were they going to do with those 2 slots? There's no way they can afford to get a cruiser logi in, because even the cheapest one is going to be 14 points for them. So the only other thing they could do is downgrade some of their other ships, in which case they're losing boosts or something like that. And basically, once they've committed to a double Barghest like that, they just don't have any other options.
It's true now. So actually, are speaking of the next game of the Novaks versus Tournament Team, we are seeing Tournament Team actually banning the Barghest. So Barghest is actually one of our top bans, oddly enough, but it might also be a reaction ban here against Novak. With Novak banning the Ishtar, Gila, Widow, Hyena, Tournament Team banning the Barghest, Gila, Blackbird, and Zarm. Now, moderator, we've seen the cruisers for the ECM side. We've seen the Blackbirds, Rooks. We've seen the Widows, Scorpions band. We did see a Ketsune feature before, but it obviously just got smacked right at the start of the matchup for Mortis. Do these ECM ships actually contend on the same kind of level between the different hull sizes?
Contend, I mean, in terms of just getting kind of the utility that you want. I mean, absolutely. I've had a number of just former tournament players that I've been on teams with kind of complain about, oh God, I'm getting jammed off in these scrims. I'm getting jammed. Your snuff. I'm getting jammed by EC drones and losing. Yeah, I mean, they've been performing well. We've seen that, just a couple matches ago, a team decided that they were going to bring a Rook instead of a Blackbird when it had been banned, and they got a lot of utility for it. So I wouldn't say they're necessarily one-to-one interchangeable just because of, the point difference and, one is a cruiser as opposed to a frigate hull, but teams are definitely making them work, except for, when they get webbed by a Hyena and you get 6 drones on top of you in one shot.
And I would also add on, the Blackbird is sort of the most basic of the ECM ships, and I think it's the one that you're seeing most people ban, and you've seen banned here, because it's also sort of the most bang for your buck as far as points go, because it only costs 8 points. You can get 2 of them for the cost of a Rook. So if you just want to kind of add some ECM to your comp to make it a little bit more effective and a little bit more annoying, it's a really easy way to do it. And so I think the ban there is just saying you can bring ECM, but you're going to have to commit to it.
Now, I was just going to go off a bit here on the side here, moderators. So we've been seeing the Widow Scorpions as well. I think last week we saw Ravens. So when we're talking about these missile battleships that have been showing up on the field, we've been actually seeing a couple of them, majority of them, I almost want to say, either use cruise or the rapid heavies. What are the distinctions between these, and do you feel one actually is a clear win over the other when we're talking about these weapon choices they're making for the battleships missiles?
Yeah, sure. So rapid heavies are kind of what it says on the tin is it's just a bunch of heavy missile launchers that are all strapped together and they shoot very quickly, and then you have to reload for about 40 seconds to get about a minute 20 of just clipping into people doing a lot of damage and then a lot of downtime. Um, that's very good at having a lot of front-loaded damage, saying, okay, I'm gonna kill something instantly, and then I'm a battleship, that's, fairly kitey if I'm a Barghest, and I'm gonna kite away, I'm gonna reload, and then I'm going to, go in for another salvo, kill something, and then come away. Cruises are much more consistent damage over time, but the problem with cruises is that they very much struggle to kill anything um, below the size of a cruiser. So they're very bad at killing destroyers and frigates. Those ships and sometimes even cruisers really have to be webbed down and held for the cruises to really apply full damage, and that's probably why we've seen them being a little less picked. Because let's say someone does bring that double frigate logi, you're like, oh crap, I've got all these cruise missile launchers that I put points into, but I can't break the logistics. So what do I do now?
I think that's also coming down to the Alliance tournament. You can have 10 pilots on the field, whereas the annual game you can only have 7. So you aren't really able to cover all of your bases. Have the Logi, have the DPS, have the tackle, and have the application, and have the E-War. So teams and have links as well. So teams having to pick and choose which categories they want to cover in their comps. But now we will be going to another elimination match here, which is going to be game 35 of No Vacancies versus Tournament Team. We have the teams warping in here now, setting up to take the arena. So we will be actually heading over to our duo commentators to cover this match of November and Hoed.
All right. Welcome back to the arena. For the next match in Anger Games 5, this is an elimination match between the tournament team and No Vacancies. I am November, and I'm joined by Hoed.
Hello, my name is Hoed.
Hi. So we'll take a look at the teams here. On the No Vacancy side, it looks like an armor control comp of an Abaddon, an Armageddon, a Curse, a Draugr, a Talia Deacon, and a Pontifex. And what have we got on the tournament team side?
So tournament teams brought dual Hyperion, and I will confirm Blaster Hyperion, boys. Actually, those might be railguns. I'd have to check. Hold on. With a Nordneras, Purifier, Nurgle, Pontifex, and Vengeance.
So this is an interesting one because the Novak side is not particularly fast, and the Hyperions will have a chance to get on top of them. But on the other hand, Frigate Logi is hard for them to kill, so we will see how they go as the match begins.
And I have confirmed those are indeed blasters. The Hyperion just has weird gun angles on the front. It was hard to tell. We see them going out. Drones get launched. Those are Hornet EC-30 drones being launched from the Pontifex and Nurgle.
The Hyperions are burning directly towards the Armageddon at the moment, so we'll see if they can manage to get hold of him.
Not directly, actually. They're going for the tournament micro jump beacon by the looks of it.
Oh!
Or they're trying to curve. Yep, nope, they're turning towards him now.
Okay. See now the Armageddon of Charlie is being tackled.
Yep, some grapples going out. Nothing really hard on him yet, and grapples at that range won't be super effective. Definitely enough to let Hyperion get in close, though.
Yeah, small damage is being spread around. Yoyaz, they're trying to clear chair off so that the Armageddon can get free, but that seems like a tall ask of a Vengeance.
Right now, everything's pretty much holding in high armor. Some shields are down across the Vengeance and Nurgle, with the Armageddon dipping a little bit, but holding strong.
Yeah, so the big challenge here for the Hyperion side is that clearing off the Frig Logi is quite difficult for them unless they get the Draugr in there, so...
Nurgle's going for it. If Nurgle can get tackle on one of the Deacons, he does a lot of damage after ramp up. But he's going to have to deal with a Draugr who does even more damage, and a little bit not tankier than the Nurgle, quick enough to keep up with the Nurgle is the Nurgle's problem. Yeah. Right now, Armageddon's holding in roughly 80%, 75% armor. He is slowly dropping, though.
I think that eventually, given enough time, they will push through him regardless of the reps, but...
Heavy armor drones are being smart bombed off by the Hyperions. I think we're going to watch the Armageddon die here, and I'm not sure if No Vacancies is going to be able to get a kill for this, I guess, for what, right now?
And then, once it does go down... then the Abaddon is going to be pretty easy for them to get on top of as well. So really what No Vacancies has to do is they have to find a way, if they can, to clear off this tackle so that their battleships
finally started
can get
shooting
through.
the Purifier here, which is probably a significant chunk of DPS into this Armageddon. Purifier does have a bomb launcher fit. I wonder if he'll use it.
That would certainly be you could use it to kill drones, perhaps.
Get a really nice drop on the Deacons, perhaps, but he is sent directly into 25% hull or armor.
Yeah, that was a big chunk of damage. He's
being shot by the Abaddon.
Hopefully he can just run for the hills and keep applying his damage from range, because he can definitely outrange the Abaddon. Yeah, we see it's not tracking anymore as he moves away.
Nurgle dropping into half armor, though. I think reps had to go off the Nurgle onto the Purifier to keep him alive. Armageddon is pretty low here. This is a very slow chunking away, but 20% armor and not holding.
It looks now... Oh, there's also damage going on to the Curse of Batterboars as well. It looks like there's a bit of split damage here as the arena has kind of spread out.
Yeah.
Multiple
Both
small
sides
fights.
brought, I think we saw from TT, pretty brawly comp. Armageddon goes
Mega
down.
Armageddon. So their next target, I think, is going to be the Abaddon, which is not that far away, and neither of the Hyperions are tackled, so it should not be too much of a challenge for
Yeah, it's going to be a mess. We're actually seeing some damage onto this Pontifex here. They might clear him off just to get links off the grid. Easy point kill. I think at this point, tournament team knows that unless something crazy happens, they've got this in the bag. They might as well just get some more points in.
Yeah, I mean, their Logi has remained basically unmolested for the entire fight, has been free to kind of just live their life. That's the other bonus of Cruiser Logi over Frigate Logi, is that you can have that range, whereas the frigates have to sit on top of the battleships to keep them alive, which means that your other ships have to be close, or they have to kind of live their own life and hope for the best.
Not a lot of damage being done right now. I see they got the Curse tackled. We're probably going to watch him drop a little bit once the Hyperions get into range. One of the Hyperions does appear to be, I guess, slow boning around trying to track this Pontifex. I'm surprised he hasn't burned for the Curse mob.
The Curse is a good option. The Hyperion is like...
He's scrammed, that's why.
It's quite a cap-heavy ship, though, so, you know.
Not a lot of DPS going out anywhere. We've got a Draugr and Nurgle brawl going on. Both of them tanking.
Yes, it's slowed down a lot, and the Hyperion of Avery Lewis is slowly trying to plink away at Lord Zizlagen's Pontifex so he can get himself free.
If they can get a land on those ECM drones, he'll be able to cycle his MWD and at least get close to that Curse. But right now, it's not happening. Oh, both Nurgle and Draugr dropping down to 50% armor, Nurgle dropping down to 30. I think it says something that the most interesting thing happening right now are these two frigates fighting. Frigate and Destroyer.
So we see the Draugr has some rep drones on it.
Nurgle activated ADC. He is still very low. Curse is dropping. Finally, we get a Hyperion at range on him. Curse goes down with a wrecking shot, I would guess. That was a lot of damage.
That now takes some
Nurgle
of the
catching
pressure.
reps.
He almost got there. He was down to 27% structure, but it wasn't quite enough. That was
ADC came in clutch, but I think the Draugr is still at max ramp. I don't think Nurgle's going to hold for long. If the Nurgle doesn't die, it's going to be a clean sweep by tournament team. Oh, Thalia has gotten tackled by the Vengeance. That's not good news for them. Pontifex has both Hyperions on him. And Nurgle stopped taking damage. Or I guess Rep Jones have just caught up to him.
Also, the Oneros is basically repping only the Nurgle at this point. The Pontifex is getting low.
Pontifex is barely holding. One benefit about the two small Logi frigates is they do have a lot shorter rep cycle time, so they can keep the smaller ships alive a little bit easier. Thalia is still moving surprisingly fast for being scrammed and webbed. 886, is that an overpropped Thalia?
Yeah, it's probably a 10MN.
That's interesting. I like that, though.
They are hard to tackle, but they're also very, very difficult to turn. So you can swing out very wide, which is a problem with the short range of the Logi frigs. So.
I mean, so far they're holding everything. They've got to fix back up.
Although we see
again.
Yeah, Yoyaz is still battling it out. It looks like maybe the Nurgle is going to win this fight. Although, as I speak, he also takes a big chunk of damage.
It's going to be close. Nurgle has a higher maximum ramp, like a crazy high maximum ramp for a frigate. And I'm pretty sure he's at that right now.
Now
so
we see.
Draugr is going to...
Now we see
Thalia dropping. Thalia barely catching reps, 50% whole, 30% whole. One more good shot and he's dead. Oh, there he goes. That's a lot of reps no longer there on grid. I feel like this Draugr is going to go down pretty hard soon.
We saw
say
that
that.
briefly.
Yeah, Deacon gets tackled hard. Hyperion
the-
on the Deacon.
The Abaddon is now in conflag range on top of Destroyer, but he seems to have stopped shooting. He may be capped out.
Draugr about to drop. Moment of silence for Draugr, and with that, I don't think they're going to be able to get any kills here. Abaddon can't really track anything, and even if it could track, I don't think it's going to be doing enough DPS to break through any of these ships.
Not on its own, not anymore, no. And we see the Deacon of Slave Matt is also going to follow into death very shortly.
Deacon might also be Tenemen, so 2 Tenemen frigates. He's going 1,000 kilometers with webs and the scram on him, and he dies regardless. Tournament team, even though not favored by channel prediction points, not by a long shot, came out clutch with a full sweep here. Unless, of course, one of them happens to boundary. Don't do that. Don't prove me wrong. I'd be sad.
They certainly picked the correct comp for this. So much of it is a gamble and like a coin flip, but the Hyperions are just far superior in damage output. To the
And we didn't
Abaddon.
see a lot of screening tackle from No Vacancies. They didn't really have a way of stopping those Hyperions from just getting at 0 on that Armageddon, which I think when that happened, unless they could burn down a Hyperion quickly enough to actually hold reps on that, it wasn't going to go very far from there.
We finally see the curse drop, so now it's just down to Pinky Len in his Abaddon. The entire team is going to be on top of him very shortly.
Oh, hold on. Vengeance gets one shot almost by this Abaddon. It's not a clean sweep. Oh, wait, was that a boundary? That was a boundary. Gosh darn it. He did that to prove me wrong. I knew it.
They are the boundary experts, after all.
Well, you know what? They could probably just leave the Nurgle here to solo the Abaddon and boundary everything else. I was proved wrong, of course. Thanks, tournament team, for keeping things unpredictable.
That was quite the duel, though, between the Nurgle and the Draugr. Oh, and there we go.
That's it. Match over. Timeout.
So with that, tournament team advances and No Vacancies is out, and we will send it back over to the desk for their opinions.
And welcome back, everyone. It's still a dominating victory, but quite a grind there. I think tournament team was showing a bit of confidence in their target choice there. Pretty much going for the bad, getting there right off the bat, and then ignoring the Abaddon as they went for the rest of the low end, although struggling. Can you maybe, was that target choice of theirs the right choice to the victory they just got there?
Oh, 100%. So they brought Hyperions, which are very dependent upon their cap. And you want to kill a battleship early on, because if you can kill the battleship, then the rest of the fight will go your way. And you're not going to kill an Abaddon. It depends on how it's fit, but you can get 200,000 EHP onto one of those without too much effort. So you kill the Geddon, get the newts off field, and then they started going after the curse, which that curse was actually, it appeared to only be tracking disrupting one of the Hyperions, but if it's doing that, it's completely turning one of them off, because tracking is such a hard issue with them. So, they kill the Geddon, make their lives a little easier, kill the curse, make their lives even easier, and at that point, it's just a matter of mopping up, and you can kill what you want when you want at that point, basically.
Well, we did see them, so moderator, they brought the double Hyperion, quite a scary formidable comp. I think this might be the first time we've seen the double Hyperion. Normally teams doing something like a Hyperion and a Geddon. So obviously we saw them smashing into the Geddon, being able to apply all the damage right off the bat, but then they seem to not go really lose, but then kind of just stall out. Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, so kind of what happened off of the jump is that both of the Hyperions were able to get on top of the Armageddon, and they really didn't get three. That's one of the downsides of bringing that double frigate logic. That the only defensive kind of screen that the other side had was they had a Pontifex and a Draugr, and they were really able to make that work against the double pair of Hyperions. They got on top of the Geddon at 0, killed it, but then we saw that both of the Hyperions got split apart while they were trying to go after the curse. So you had one that was held down by a Pontifex, and one that, like 25 kilometers away, was on a curse. And then the curse was able to put tracking disruption on the one that was far away and say, haha, you're not going to be able to hit me because you're a blaster boat and you're double tracking disruption. So we had some kind of weird, like, 1v1 PvP there. Then, like, kind of off in Narnia, 50 kilometers away, we had this 1v1 between a Nurgle and a Draugr, which was going on. And that's kind of where, as you were alluding to, we saw kind of the difference between that cruiser Logi and that Thalia and the Deacon. One of the really big downsides of that frigate Logi is that it doesn't have the range that San Oniro had. So the Thalia and the Deacon had to keep jumping back between the different things they wanted to keep alive. And you can't really do that well with 10MN frigate Logi because of how hard it is to actually maneuver in a tournament.
Yeah. And now speaking about these prop mods, Azure, well, it's always kind of, I think, hard to kind of say what's happening with these because, there's acceleration that comes into play as well, how they piloting and the turn angles. But I think Frigg Logi is one of the most diverse ships when it comes to what they actually fit for propulsion modules. Can you speak about the three options and the differences and the reasons they might be using these different prop mods?
Well, yeah. So obviously you have your small 1.5MN, and then there's the 10MN version. On the small side with the 1 and 5, it's sort of the same decision you would make with any ship. Do you want to worry more about getting scrammed, or do you want more speed and acceleration? And so and that's sort of what you're looking at on that end. The 10MN is actually the most interesting to me. That's actually what my team would always fly. And they turn horribly. They take a little while to get going, but you're moving 1,000 meters per second, and your SIG is like 50 or smaller even. And so they're very difficult to hit, but they require a lot of skill and a lot of practice in order to fly them well, because they don't turn. So you have to, turn your prop off, make your turn, then turn it back on, and it's very difficult to keep in range. And range is the fundamental problem that they're facing. So yeah, it becomes very difficult to fly them properly, and that's sort of one of the fundamental limitations for Logi Frigs in general, is just how do you get them in position to rep properly. And if damage is switched to a different part of the arena, you've got to burn 50 kilometers across to the next target, at which point it may already be dead.
That's very true. And as moderator was also speaking before, I think we're actually seeing, at least today, these tackle pilots and little skirmish pilots really having the spotlight here. Earlier, we saw NFTs of the Skybreaker tackling the Scimitar out of range. We saw in the Tempest match, splitting up the Brutixes. We see the little skirmishes here with splitting Hyperions. The Curse getting absolutely negated by that Vengeance, carrying the Vengeance there. The Draugr, the Nurgle going after the Thalia with the Draugr following. So while this is team versus team, it's almost like small little 1v1 matchups happening as teams try to put their pilots in the right place where they need to be. But we will be seeing another elimination match here of Ultramarines versus Rusty Hyenas, with Ultramarines actually going for a Vindicator ban here. Now, moderator, we've seen the Hyperion, we've seen the Geddon, we've seen the Baton. What's so scary about a Vindicator?
Yeah, so Vindicator, basically, people are afraid of, the 90% web and the damage bonus. Kind of that line of ships we've seen earlier. People have chosen to, bring these throughout the tournament, and they're very good at, my colleague was just talking about, ships having a signature of, 50 meters being very, very hard to hit. Well, if you're webbed down to, suddenly 90%, and only going said at like maybe 100 meters a second, well, you're very, very easy to hit now. And that's one of the reasons that people will bring it. It just absolutely locks you down and holds you in place and says, no, you're not leaving. And then, applies just shy of like 2,000 damage of blasters. And that's why people have been bringing them as much as they have been in basically every meta.
And while we have seen the Vindicator band here, along with the battleships of the Abaddon Armageddon, it seems like we're still going to see a strong show from the Galenti top end here. So we are going to be heading to the arena for Game 26 of Ultramarines versus Rusty Hyenas team with our commentator duo of November and Radicos.
Welcome. Yeah. Does that work?
Hello.
Can you not?
I can hear you.
I can hear him too.
So, guys, we got Ultramarines with Rusty Hyenas. Ultramarines? Hold on, give me a second. I wasn't expecting to have to do this.
That's all
Rusty
right. So,
Hyenas.
on the Rusty Hyenas team, we've got a Megatron Navy issue, a Hyperion, a Rodiva, a Vedmak, an Organ Navy, a Pontifex, and a Punisher for another armor battleship rush, and they're up against the
Ultramarines in a Widow with Guardian, Pontifex, Vedmak, Vengeance, and Vedmak. Almost the mirror matchup, kind of, if you squint. They both bought Vedmaks, I like that. What do you think it's going to come down to here?
I think it's going to come down to whether or not the Widow can effectively keep either the DPS off it or keep the Rodiva jammed out long enough for something to die.
Or even just get one jam cycle to stop that spool up.
Yes,
Mic check.
one jam cycle. Confirm.
And we
Okay, I can go now, Hood. I got it now.
Thank you.
All right, so the match is now underway. We see the Megatron Navy issue burning directly at the other team.
Yeah, I mean, when they're starting at 0, you really want them to, you got to get that DPS in. They're going to have blasters. They need to get right on top of it. Looks like we have a screen coming in from the Vengeance onto, looks like the Megatron Navy issue of Scorch.
The Hyperion is still untackled at this point, though, so it seems that at least one of these battleships is going to be able to successfully get on top of the Widow here and begin to apply damage.
Yep, these guys are moving pretty slow, but that's what you have when you have 2 Galente battleships here.
Although the Megatron
looks
now
like the Widow's moving. You can go ahead.
The Megatron, it looked like he was untackled there for a minute, but that is not the case. He's moving at 75 meters a second. He's not going anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah, and right now the DPS is on Carl C in the Augur Navy issue for the Ultramarines. On the other side, Stoish in the Widow is taking some damage here from these blasters of the Galente rush that they have going on here.
That is quite a lot of damage. He's also being spooled on by the Vedmak of T-Low, so over time that is really going to add up to the damage that Widow's taking. As he drops below half armor now, the question is, can they get some jams to turn this Hyperion off and find a way to keep him alive? As the Megatron is now in range, he's slow-boated close enough that he's able to at least begin applying some damage.
Yeah, I mean, we're just hoping here to see Machinda just get a cross jam on the Hyperion and the Megatron, so it can stop taking DPS off Stoish. But I'm not sure if this is going to happen here, as he's hitting half armor and he's just teetering back and forth with this damage. The Guardian of Tiger is doing an excellent job of keeping him alive with all this DPS that is on him right now. On the other side, the Augur Navy is just kind of sitting there, not taking much DPS. He's actually chunking about half now, it looks like. Maybe those Vedmaks are spooling up enough to punch through these Zarm reps, which is probably not, or Rodiva reps, which can happen. It looks like that's what's happening here. But see, the Widow is still taking just as much DPS. I mean, he is getting repped very well, but...
The question is, would you want to be spending your time here shooting this Augur Navy issue when you could be instead shooting something like a Vedmak, which is less tanky but represents more damage over time? Although, as I say that, he is dropping into structure here, and so he may go down. But at the same time, the Widow of Stowe is also getting very, very low.
Big chunk into hull for Stoish. That's not good. We don't want to see that. That's what Ultramarines don't want to see at all. Oh my gosh. Oh, they're going for the Vedmak. Looks like they were their ears were buzzing. They're listening to you here in November. If they get that Vedmak off the field, there'll be a lot of ramped up DPS that will help Stoish stay alive. Hopefully Tiger can keep him up here and maybe just getting that ANI off will stop this hull chunk. Oh, you got another hull chunk. Oh, man.
Even with removing the Vedmak, I don't think it's going to be enough, as now there
And
he goes.
He is done. He is out, folks. Oh, that is not good for the Ultramarines here. Rusty Hyenas flexing pretty hard with their Galente battleships here. We'll see what'll happen here. If Melinda can get some jams off, maybe he can keep this Vedmak of Yokan alive. But I don't know.
I think once he gets both of these battleships on top of him, it's going to be very, very difficult even to consider that as his. Although on the other side, we see Tilo, he's dropping to half, but it looks like the Rodiva is now split.
They're switching to Rodiva. This is smart. They're good. This is good. They're switching to Rodiva.
If they can kill the Logi...
Ultramarines... Oh, yep. If they can kill the Logi, yeah, I agree.
If they can kill the Logi, there's a potential that they could just stay away from the battleships and maybe pick off the small things and try to force out a win that way, although I don't think the points would work for them.
Yokan here isn't long for this world, I don't think. He's just chunking into hull.
And once he goes
Guardian's
down,
not gonna there we go. Now we just have Guardian, Vedmak, Pontifex, Blackbird, Vengeance versus Hyperion, Megathron Navy issue, Rodiva, Vedmak, Pontifex, and Punisher. There's just not enough DPS.
No, not anymore.
Rodiva.
Not to kill a Rodiva spool. So I think that as we see the Vengeance of Hoda begin to take some damage now, I think that it's really pretty much all over here for the Ultramarines.
Yeah, he's he hit his ADC, so he's obviously repping now, but that's only for so long. Without the pressure on Tiger as well. Maybe he, the Paradigm could punch through Minton and the Rodiva, but with the rep bots that come from both those battleships and the Vedmak and the Pontifex, it's just too much. It's too bad.
We also see here that...
Good to see that that Rusty Hyenas are performing so well, though. They were on opens a lot, and all that practice for them hopefully keeps keeping them going in the losers bracket here.
We see here that Tilo is basically soloing the Guardian from Ultramarines.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Meanwhile, Milton is dropping very low. He may go down, but at this point, I don't think that it matters. They have enough tackle left that they can get on top of things and hold them in place with the Punisher and the Pontifex still alive, that wherever they run, eventually the Megathron and the Hyperion are going to be able to apply their damage to them.
And the Rodiva does go down for the Rusty Hyenas, but just a little too late.
Meanwhile, the Blackbird of Melinda is tackled here.
There goes Tiger and the Guardian.
He's trying to live, he's trying to run, but I don't think it's going to be enough. It's not going to be a clean sweep, though. They did manage to take some things out. And we see Erlin in the Pontifex taking some damage here as well, as they try and salvage what they can.
Right, yeah. It's good that they're going down fighting. That's huge.
And they will. It looks like they will, yes. The Vedmak there successfully kills the Pontifex, so now we're down to 4 versus 3. However, the Blackbird is dying, as is the Vedmak, and I think once the Vedmak goes down, then there's really no chance left.
Right.
I think
Paradigm, though, just trying to do the best he can.
Indeed.
There he goes.
This is a case of 2 battleships in most cases are better than 1 battleship, except in very specific circumstances. And when you can't really get away from very heavy blaster-based battleships that can basically drive up to you and sit on your face, an Armor Widow is not going to live very long.
That's the last thing you want to have as an Armor Widow, going against 2 Glente beasts like we have here on field.
Now, it's just a case of cleaning up as Nukanut is running for the hills. However, the Punisher of Crom is chasing after him, and he looks like he will eventually catch him, maybe.
We'll see here. Let's see. Is he going to go into the boundary?
There he goes.
Boundary? Yeah, 125. That a boy. Good job. That's what we like to see around here, huh, November?
And with that, Ultramarines is eliminated from Anger Games 5. And we'll send this back over to the desk to get their thoughts.
And welcome back, everyone. Apologies for the technical difficulties we saw earlier. We had a bit of a mix-up here of our sound setup. Unfortunately, one of the difficulties you have when you have commentators all over the world contributing to such an amazing tournament. But we did see a match there, indeed. We got the victory there from Rusty Hyenas team. So, I want to ask you now here... excuse me, as I'm choking here. I am joined here, by Dujek and November now. So, Dujek, we saw a Widow, but it actually ended up just getting rushed down by these 2 battleships. Was that a bit of a misplay, or did the Widow just have no place to run?
The Widow isn't really going to get a good kite on unless there's a lot of screening on the team, and if the screening fails, they're going to get on, and once they're on, the Widow isn't going to get away. It needs the Blackbird to alleviate some pressure, but you'd assume that the blaster ships are going to have an ECCM script loaded each in their sensor boosters, and the Widow can't help itself. So
that is kind of the thing we see this. So, November, I'm not too sure how experienced you are of using ECM yourself, but when you're in a kind of situation where you have a lot of kill potential on the enemy opposing team, do you try and focus ECM in one spot? Do you spread your net? What do you do? Because I don't think you have much options when everything can kill you.
It is a bit of a challenge. I've mostly experienced ECM from the other side, but it really comes down to RNG in a lot of cases. The Widow is just not tanky enough that if you miss a couple of cycles trying to spread them across all of the incoming damage, then they are just going to be able to apply to you. 2 battleships, I just think, beats 1 battleship in pretty much every circumstance, regardless of how much ECM you have in these small formats.
Well, November, do you feel the Mega Navy issue was a valid addition, or something like an Abaddon maybe just put a bit more punch behind it, securing the victory sooner?
It's a faster ship than the Abaddon. It lets you get there. The Abaddon does a lot of damage up close, but blasters also do.
Well, note though for the audience, the Abaddon was banned. So, but yes.
Yes, that was. I mean, as a pick, I think it's better than a regular Megathron. That's for sure. You just get more in it, more out of it, more tank, more damage. So I think it was a fine choice.
Okay. Dujek, something I wonder about now, when I was actually asking you earlier about the Widow being run down, especially also we see Pontifex is featuring around. Why don't we see teams, or what might teams be thinking of maybe not using local MJD modules, and maybe particularly the MJU field generator of something like a Command SE?
I'd love for them to be allowed in the rules at some point, allowing for it. I think we were discussing this actually before the entire stream went up, but there are a lot of issues with MJDing your entire enemy team out of the boundary and having them explode instead of killing them the old-fashioned way.
And what about local MJD modules on something like battleships, or even Marauders, which have still a cycle time bonus to them, or reactivation delay?
We've seen some cool plays throughout the years after they became a thing. One of my most memorable situations with that was like an AT. I think it must have been like 5 years ago, maybe, where the entire team, I think they had like a triple Typhoon setup or something, MJD'd from 50 on top of the enemy team and tried to like just take them out in the backfield immediately when the game started. And we see them occasionally, but it's more a cute play than something you can base a strategy around, because if you're 50 and they're at 0 and you MJD, you're still at 50 and they're still at 0, so you've not gotten any closer.
MJD does, though, have a benefit. I think a lot of the teams, or at least even if, like, say, you're Logi and your opponent's at 100, I think some people can get the mistake of only looking at their overview and not actually looking at the physical ships to watch for those spools, because you only really get aware of that when you see teams maneuvering to these beacons in the arena. But while we were speaking about the Pontifex and links there, now, November, this is a bit more of a broad question, but what actually goes behind these links and how are they working? What's happening? So, like, how many links can people bring? What hulls are they looking at? Bonuses, the types of links? How do these things work in general?
So generally, links fit on 2 hull types, on the command destroyers, and you can also put them on battle cruisers. Some battle cruiser hulls, the command ships are bonus for them, as are the command destroyers. There's 4 different types of links, and they each provide different benefits. So you've got links for making your armor better, links for making shields better, links for your targeting and lock range and ECM strength, and also links for moving around the grid. So rapid deployment, making you go faster, or those kinds of things. The armor and shield ones, there's 3 broad kinds. You've got one that gives you more armor or shield, one that makes your resist stronger, and one that makes you rep faster. Generally, you'll see in teams that are bringing command destroyers with 2 links on them, or battle cruisers with 2 links, they're going to want to take the one that improves rep, power, cycle time, and the one that improves the resistances. If you've got the 3rd one, it's great to have the extra buffer there, but a lot of times teams will bias towards something like rapid deployment to allow them to get where they need to be faster, or one that will either improve their ECM strength if they're trying to play a control game, or potentially to buff their resists to ECM if they think that they are going to come up against an ECM-based team.
Especially, I do think it is also worth mentioning that these links are charge-based, like ammunition, so as long as they have the appropriate type, that being shield, armor, skirmish, inflammation, they are still able to switch charges. It does take a while to reload, but normally these teams do have enough time when they land on grid to see, like, oh, there's an ECM comp, let's have the electronic hardening instead of sensor optimization, prioritizing sensor strength over locking further away. We do have the next game's going to be game 46. This is going to be an upper brackets match. We're going to be seeing I Only Need 2 Comps versus Esports Petopia, Dujek. Now, I want to speak a bit about what esports has been doing. So the last match, we saw them wielding quite effectively a no logi comp with the AC Slife issues. How do you feel about no logi comps thus far, of pretty much every team fielding logi in some capacity?
That was really the first team setup of this tournament that felt like they'd figured out roughly what such a comp would look like in this meta. Because we've seen a few of them in the previous tournaments, but the rules changes have been a bit different, and also kind of how the ECM comps are set up are similar. We've seen some ECM comps with like a Scorpion and double Oracle and whatnot, and the Scorpion being swapped out for a damage ship and just putting in more damage low, and that might also be what a no logic comp would look like.
Indeed. So we do actually have teams taking their arena here right now, so we will be heading over soon. Make sure you get those predictions in for the matches. I hope it looks like prediction weird, but we're not going to waste too much time here as the team's taking. So we're going to be having game 46 up brackets match. So the team that loses here is not out of the tournament yet. I Only Need 2 Comps versus Esports Petopia, and we're heading to the arena with our commentators of Radicos and Jintan.
And welcome back to the arena, guys, for match 46 between Only Need 2 Comps and Esports Topia. I have Jintan here with me. And starting off, we have only needs 2 comps. They have a Hyperion, a Drakovec, Zarmazod, double Augur Navy issue, Draugr, and a Tyrannus. Jin, what does the esports have?
Yeah, they've brought an incredibly interesting comp here. The first thing you're going to notice is this is a logulus comp, so we're going to see a lot of DPS get poured onto only needs 2 comps right at the start of this match from that Apocalypse, Harbinger Navy, and Brutix Navy issue. Those things are going to be able to project all the way across the grid as well, whilst they also kind of have the tackle advantage with those 3 Navy cruisers. Those things are going to be burning in, tackling down some key things. Something's going to need to be sacrificed to keep that Hyperion away from everything else at the start of this match, though. Let's see if they're successfully able to screen it off here as the match begins. And you see that Dramiel flying in.
Oh, he is burning in for his life right now. He's trying to get tackled back there. What's he going for? It looks like the Logi of the Zarmazod. Yeah, he's going for that Zarmazod like his life depended on it. We have the other Tyrannus as a striker. He was looking like he's going to go screen him off, but looks like he's going to try to screen one of these A9s off. Oh man, they're going right onto that Zarmazod.
Yeah, the Zarmazod is so tanky as well. It can have upwards of 100k EHP with certain fits. It looks like this is probably more closer to the 60k rep fit, though, from Tim Vernon. It's going to take him a while to go down, and during this period, only need 2 comps needs to take something off the grid here, right?
Yeah, and they're focusing right now on the APOC of Alaska of Esportstopia, while Tim Barron is getting dangerously low in armor right now, as well as Striker and the Tyrannus. Alaska is taking some DPS, but it just isn't enough right now. Oh, and Tim Barron is down. He is down, folks. We have a real big match here happening. I don't know if they're going to be able to capitalize back on that. They really need that Logi to keep their just Draugr. Needs to be kept alive. Everything on the field. This Draugr is just chunking down.
Yeah,
and he is
Navy
also
cruisers.
down.
They're just sitting in the back lines now. They've grabbed hold of all this tackle that was trying to screen them. Alternative Muv-Love is finally going to go down here, but they have caught everything now in this back line, so far away from that Hyperion and Drakvac. Look at how far away they are from the rest of this fight. It's going to be so difficult for them to burn in and really have an impact now.
Yeah, I mean, with Alaska sitting at half armor and he's dropping, these guys are just in a huge DPS race right now. Grunkato's taking DPS in Hyperion. Nailok is taking DPS in the Augur. Oh, and here we go, Fubuki Waifu, and he is down in the Stabber Fleet issue. This DPS race is pretty insane right now. Everywhere it's just taking damage.
What an absolute bloodbath here. The tracking of that Apocalypse is going to be working wonders for it, but it's not going to survive for too much longer with this Hyperion sitting on top of it. That said, Nalok here in the Org Navy going down. This is just a race to zero here. Both teams probably heating their guns, heating their tank modules, and heating their belief here as Alaska goes into structure, finally.
Yeah, and with the sci-fi going down, another sci-fi going down, we just have an APOC that is in half hull right now versus a Harbinger Navy issue, British Navy issue, and a Dramiel versus a Hyperion, a Drakovec, and a Tyrannus, and A&I. And that, he's holding, is he? Oh, and Alaska is down as well. Striker gets a big rep here, big rep from Striker.
Yeah, now though, it's going to take a long time for Grunkado. He's got to burn all the way back into this fight, and during that time, these two Navy battle cruisers, they need to kill off that A&I and put a lot of work into their Drakvac. And Gemma here is already in hull, so they were able to successfully kill off that Logi, but it doesn't look like it will be enough. Wait a second, is this Harbinger Navy hull tanked?
I mean, he's tanking here pretty hard. That'd be insane if he was. That's a pretty big brain play. Yeah, he's not going down quick. This definitely is a hull tank H&I. I bet you this B&I is also.
Oh my god, yeah. They've got to kill Damascus here, though. They've got to kill Damascus before this Hyperion gets in. In fact, that Dramiel, he really should be running in and trying to screen him off, just giving his teammates just a little bit more time. You can see now he's closing 10, 20 kilometers away. The fear is real.
Yeah, this Harbinger Navy issue is still just, taking little chunks of damage while he's just doing a lot of DPS work to the mess in the Drakovec. He is about to go down, but this Dramiel, I agree with you. He should be screening this Hyperion. He is on him right now, but
might be a little bit too late, though. He is still going to be able to reject even... Where is this Brutix Navy issue? Look at how far away the Brutix Navy issue is, though. If he's fit with rails, he's going to be able to project Oh, this drama, you're taking chunks there.
And that's not good.
Wow.
I mean, I don't know if Demes is going to go down here. And how much time we got left here?
We've got minutes and minutes left on the match. We haven't even
maybe
hit
he
the
will.
5-minute warning yet. And
Wow.
that said, Demacius, he'll probably go down. And then it's going to be a question of, can the Brutix Navy successfully kite this Hyperion and DPS him down at the end of the match? This is going to turn from a rush fight into a really high intensity kite match pretty quickly. Oh no, is the Navy Brutix getting caught?
Oh, yeah. Grunt Kato is just burning in as an Hyperion. I know that kind of sounds awkward, but that is what's happening here. If he catches and gets the grapple onto that Brutix Navy issue, he will be able to catch it, and then he will be able to take it down no matter if Demes dies or not.
Yeah, the Brutix Navy issue should be just a tiny bit faster. We've got 5 minutes left on the match here. Demacius, only about 10% left in his armor. He's going to go down pretty much immediately once he hits structure here.
Yeah.
And I have to assume that this Brutix Navy issue is going to be hull tanked as well, given what we saw from that Harbinger Navy. And he's managing to escape for now, but he needs to keep himself in range of this Drekthak whilst staying away from this Hyperion. He's got two really important things to keep in mind. And meanwhile, he's also got to keep in mind that the boundary's there. All it's going to take is one mistake for him to fly out of the match and choke it away for his team.
So one thing that is really smart right now is that Demes is sitting on a tournament beacon, and whatever damage it is getting on him, he'll be able to MJD away. But the thing is the Brutix Navy has to kill not only the Drek, but the Hyperion as well. So, you know, this is all for only need 2 comps. Even with his tremendously huge hull tank that he has, it's just not enough. He's got to kill Demes, stop him from being able to MJD, and then kill a Hyperion.
Oh, you can see the power of that grapple as well, just slowing him down just a little bit there, and chunks getting taken out of him. He's an 85% structure already. And he's not in range of this Drekthak anymore. He's having to run at him, and it looks like Demacius is burning for yet another MJD beacon.
Oh yeah. He's you just MJD over there, and that's all he's got to do. I mean, really, he can die, and it doesn't affect the match because the Hyperion has more points than a Navy battlecruiser. But these plays just go to show how well this team really does execute match in and match out.
Oh, he's just. It looks like Demacius has just overshot the activation range on this MJD beacon, though. He might not be able to turn around in time to actually get on it and survive.
Oh man, I think he's just burning now. He's just burning. He realized what he did, and he's just going for it.
He's heading.
Is he going for the?
Just a few percentage points of structure now.
Is he going to stop right there? Is he going to turn, or is he going to put himself out into the abyss? Nope, he's stopped. Oh, 124, and he has died.
Not to the boundary, though. He died to the guns of the Brutix Navy. Okay, so now it's just a 1v1. A Brutix Navy versus a Hyperion. The Brutix Navy has the speed advantage, but he does not have the DPS advantage. He needs to keep this Hyperion at arm's length, and he's only got 3 minutes to kill him. Okay, so the Hyperion does have reps, so it's going to be really, really difficult for him to kill him. I think only Need 2 comps have pulled this out of the bag. They have somehow won despite their Zarmast going down within 10 seconds practically of this match opening.
Yeah, it was pretty quick.
What amazing mental resilience here from Only Needs 2 comps. They took it all in their stride practically. They knew what they had to do and they executed on it.
I mean, yeah, and they're going to be able to do this. This is consistently what they do in all of their matches. And it really just comes down to execution and not letting one thing die, destroy and domino down and take your team down. Grunt Kato, he's an excellent PvPer on TQ, and obviously it shows here in the arena here. So it'll take a miracle for him to, not be able to just kite around and tank this Brutix Navy issue. He doesn't even have to shoot
Hyperion, he has been firing off his newt for basically this entire match. He's been firing his guns and he's been MWDing. There's a chance he could be out of charges. And if he's out of charges, it's going to be so hard for him to keep those reps sustained. You can see that attack bar on Esports Potopia, it's still pretty big. He's still applying a lot of the damage here to
Brutix is dead.
Oh, wow. Did he?
I think he boundaried.
Yeah, he boundaried. Oh,
yeah, he boundaried.
No.
good fights going in local here. Congratulations. Only needed 2 comps, and Grunt Kato carrying his team into victory with an assist from the other from who is it called? From Esports Topia. It was kind of surprised that he just went in the abyss like that, but that's what happens sometimes. Or out of the arena, excuse me.
All right, let's hand it back to the studio and let's talk a little bit more about that amazing matchup.
And we're back. Hold on to I only need 2 comps. I think there the Brutix was maybe hoping that Hyperion was going to just ram him, that he could just, step to the side and hopefully the Hyperion would boundary out, but very, very low HP there. So, Dujek, we saw Esports Topia coming pretty strong, doing what the No Logic comp needs to do, deleting that logistics right off the bat, but then kind of falling apart. Do you think, was it just the matchup, the target choice, where the ships were? What was happening there?
It is easy to get the couple of first lesser tanked ships down, but they also had mid end, I was about to say, with all the cruisers that aren't that tanky themselves. They're efficient in points, but they're putting more of their strength and speed than durability, and it came back to bite them in the end.
That's very true. I also actually, like you're speaking about, that we saw when those Scythe fleets got targeted, it pretty much just popped. November, I want to actually speak a bit about that. We saw, well, they did win the match, only 2 comps. They almost looked like they were investing a lot of HP into that APOC before, kind of going for the biggest HP ship on grid instead of maybe focusing on these smaller HP, high DPS things. So while they did win the match, do you think that was the right choice, going for that APOC right at the start?
It was, and I think it was somewhat forced upon them, because if you look at the way the fight kind of developed, it ended up in a split where you had the 2 battleships kind of close to each other up high, and everything else had gone past down the bottom, chasing after the Logi, which meant that pulled the other small ships from only need 2 comp side down there as well, and so it developed into this like 2 separate kind of independent fights occurring away from each other as ships got tackled. So I think they were somewhat forced into that situation. But I mean, a Hyperion sitting on top of an Armageddon with no Logi is eventually going to kill it regardless. So I think that was fine whilst everyone else handled themselves.
Yeah, APOC, they're not to get him, but I think the APOC could at least still reach out and touch whatever the primaries were. I think contributing to that Zarmcure right at the bat. Jujek, though, I think we saw quite a unique ship. I think we've seen it shown once before here. We saw the Dramiel. Now, the Dramiel is also another Angel ship, actually having a roll bonus towards warp speed, which doesn't really come into effect. But what might be the other reason? We saw it come up against in the same kind of category, the Combat Scepter of the Tyrannus. What are these 2 ships actually trying to provide here?
They're very fast, and they do a respectable DPS for such a small hull. They can tackle something very quickly, and even if they get nearly to a target and scrammed out for a second, they'll carry enough speed with them to probably get a weapon, a scram on a target they're going for as well. Although we are getting a message from our refs that only need 2 comps might be in violation of the naming policy. Have you heard about this?
I have not. Can you please elaborate on this one?
It seems like they've brought a 3rd comp.
Oh, well, this, we're not going to allow this. Teams actually have to commit to their names, unfortunately. Like, we're going to be seeing kiting on each one coming up before, and if they do not kite, they will be kicked as well. But it's a joke, everyone. This is not the case. Teams are allowed to call themselves whatever they want. They could call themselves refs are bad and still not be disqualified if they wanted to.
Seems the team have the best name in that case.
Oh my! But actually, speaking now about the next game coming up here in November, we're going to see in game 37. It's going to be Snuffed Out versus Kiting Oni-chan. The bans we have in here: Snuffed Out's banning Nagila, Eos, Scimitar, with Kiting Oni-chan banning the Zarm, Gotham, and Typhoon Fleet issue. Now, November, these 2 battleship categories bans on the Kiting Oni-chan side, the Gotham and the Typhoon Fleet. I think we've only seen the Gotham banned once before. and I think only 2 teams might have brought the TFI. What kind of threats or bonuses do these 2 ships bring to the grid if a team were to have fielded them?
So the Golem can project. It can sit in the middle of the arena and basically hit anywhere it wants to. The Typhoon fleet is it's a strong, rapid heavy armor ship. Or you can put it in a shield comp as well. Like strong rapid heavies if you want to effectively delete middle-sized ships. Although as far as kiting Oni-chan and their picks and bans are concerned, it's hard to tell since they also bought a no logi comp in on day one, which did not fare very well. So I'm not 100% sure what they're looking for with those bans.
But something else we've seen Kiting on Nature bring, which is actually a ban I want to touch up on the previous match, was the Belgorn. Teams seem to have been favoring the Geddon over the Belgorn, I'd say, but we're still seeing some teams field it or not. So Dujek, what's the key differences between the Geddon and the Belgorn? What the different threats they're posing the teams, and how's it actually changed over the years?
The Balgorn has a newt amount bonus, and the Armageddon has a newt range bonus. So for a strictly controlling setup, if you're putting all newts on, the Armageddon gives a bigger sphere of influence, whereas the Geddon still wants to be a bit closer. The Geddon has obviously been much more popular in any format that allowed flagships. That is, they were allowed to bring officer mods or faction mods.
Or the Geddon or the Balgorn?
The Balgorn. Well, I guess both were pretty popular for that role, but the Geddon, especially with the Balgorn, especially with web ranges and so on, saw a lot of use in that situation. And the Balgorn also can do respectable damage, so you can get like a high newt amount and a decent amount of damage, whereas the Geddon, I don't like gun Geddons and missile Geddons. They tend to have somewhat anemic DPS.
Missile Geddon, I agree, is bad.
That's an interesting point because we found, at least in our practice, that the missile Geddon was quite strong when combined with another battleship. So interesting perspectives.
I think we did see quite a terrible Torp Geddon last week, which was unfortunate. I think
Rapid heavies.
Rapids are okay. But now speaking about these pirate battleships we were touching on November of the Belgorn, I think the one classification we only saw it feature in the feeders, a bit of the Sancho ships, especially the cruisers. I forget now what the cruiser is called. But why might we not be seeing these Sancho ships of any category or size?
I think it's just because you get more from any of the other ships that people are taking. Either that or people forget that they exist. But like when you're putting together your comp, you need to like consider
what bonus does Sancho give you?
What bonus does Sanchez give me? I can't tell you off the top of my head.
They have afterburner speed bonuses.
Oh, right. Sorry. That's the spiky ones.
Yes, spiky boys.
So nightmares can be good. They are situationally good. Being able to constantly afterburn all the time, which means you're only being webbed and you can never really be scrammed, it lets you continue to move, which is good if you want to stay away. I have run into some really, really tough ones that are one of the nightmares and then 3 of the cruisers together. They can project a long way. Yeah, they can project a long way, and they can kind of keep moving away from you. It's good shooting into shields for sure. Lots of lasers. But I think other ships just do better.
I'd love to see them. They offer a bit of flavor, but I do think, especially with the newts coming in, completely just negating those lasers and then taking away their mobility, which is their main benefit. But we do have the teams here ready for Game 37, which is going to be Snuffed Out versus Kiting Onichan. A reminder, we will be kicking Onichan from the tournament if they do not kite. Our refs will be looking for this. But we will be heading out with our commentator duo of Dujek and Jintan to the arena now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the arena. I'm here with Dujak, as we just heard, and we're about to watch a really interesting matchup here. With yet another all-in comp being brought to the field by Kiting Oni-chan. They are probably about to get kicked from the tournament here. What have Snuffed Out brought to counter that, Dujak?
Snuffed Out have brought an Armageddon, a Tempest Fleet issue, an Hyenas, a Punisher, a Vengeance, a Draugr, and a Mauler, and they're up against the exact same comp that we saw last match.
One exception, the Apocalypse being swapped for the Abaddon, and that's really curious because that's going to do a lot more DPS, but it's not going to have the same ability to shoot from range that the Apocalypse did. So we're seeing here, let's see what that Dramiel does. Whoever he gets on top of is going to be the first victim, most likely.
Yeah, there's a lot more anti-tackle in the Mauler, Punisher, and Vengeance here to try to keep stuff off the Hyenas, but everything is going for him in the start anyway.
Yeah, you can see though, Snorbet already in about a third armor here. He's not got nearly as much EHP as the Zarmaz does. He's going to go down so much quicker. But the Abaddon won't be able to project the DPS onto him that the Apocalypse was in the previous game. He's going to need to hold something down and hopefully not get neutered out by that Armageddon.
Yeah, and his team's rep bots were a bit slow to come out, and they're just about to get over to him, and he's just relying on a single armor repair on his own side to keep himself alive, if that.
Yeah, Snuffed Out is doing a much better job of screening here, though. You can see the Scythe Fleet issue of Nosuko has been caught by Athena and Aderon in the Punisher, and the Harbinger Nabi of Nyx has had to kite around the side of that battle right in the center to avoid getting tackled by the Mala, and Shiitake in the Dramiel is already going down in hull and going, but Snorbet is soon to follow him. There we go, and Neros down.
You'd trade a Dramiel for an Hyenas any day of the week, but this is still going to be a lot to chew through for the Kiting Oni-chan team, who also lose a Scythe Fleet issue, just like disappears immediately.
Yeah, that Draugr shouldn't be too long for the world either here, getting in between all of this tackle. But the question is, what are they going to be able to go on after then? Snuffed Out haven't rushed back in to try and defend their logistics in the same way that the other team did, and they're going to be able to potentially pick apart these cruisers and just leave these 3 heavy DPS ships from Kiting Oni-chan to kind of move around and make their move.
Yeah, the Armageddon and Tempest fleet are also going to be able to get a little bit better onto the targets they want to kill with the Vengeance and Punisher tackling for them as the roles reverse. But Nuke Michael is taking off a lot of damage in his Tempest.
Look at this split DPS from Snuffed, though. They're DPSing down 2 different Navy cruisers at once, probably hoping that they could pop them really quickly, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to pop them fast enough to save this Tempest fleet issue, and with that, they're going to have almost no DPS left on the field, just a Mala and an Armageddon in terms of actual DPS ships.
Yeah, and it takes a while for an Armageddon to shut off DPS anyway, because everyone in tournament team are going to have cap boosters in their mids if they have cap needing guns. So they're going to have to run out of charges before they stop firing as well. And this looks like it's going the way of Kiting Oni-chan.
Yeah, right now it really does look that way. Just not the same amount of heavy DPS ships brought on the Snuffed Out side to survive after their Logi went down. You see FG12 here, who is normally their logistics pilot, actually finally entering armor here in the Stabber fleet issue, but not going down nearly as quickly as his friend in the Scythe fleet issue.
Yeah, I mean, Maulers are not known for doing a lot of DPS. They're not always fit to do DPS either. Like,
no, you can see Newt's coming out from it. He's a Newt Nos Mala. He is pure tackle and control here, just trying to turn this Abaddon's guns off. And it does look like he's having a little bit of trouble firing. You can see it's a little bit intermittent here, but it's not going to be enough.
No, I wonder how much DPS is on the Armageddon at all. Like 300 to 500 for that team in total at the moment, as the Armageddon does go down.
Wow. Only tackle here left on the field, and it's pretty much all over unless we see an absolute god tier choke here from Kiting Oni-chan. This has been some incredible piloting, and just, you know, we saw that in the last game how difficult it is to properly execute on this Logulus all-in, because even if you do get that first kill, if your team kind of overcommits, if they're able to pull back and start piling DPS onto those vulnerable battle cruisers and take them off the grid quickly, you know, you can't win the match because you don't have enough to really follow through with that first incredible punch.
Yeah, if you're going up against all DPS comp, you really want to bring your own DPS as well, because your logistics are going to go down, and you don't want to get off on the complete back foot with having a large control bar and no DPS to speak of.
Yeah, and there goes down Trony, and that leaves only Athena here left alive for Snuffed Out. Do you think that this was purely a matchup difference, or do you think there's any way that Snuffed Out could have run this differently to potentially take the W?
I think Snuffed definitely should have gotten more rep drones on their Neros from the very start.
All right, well, with that, let's take it back to the studio and talk a little bit more about this match.
And welcome back, everyone. Snuffed getting dominated on there quite soon with Kainen and Nichan doing quite a dominant victory there in the first 5 minutes. I'm joined here now by our Driglavian Overlord Hoed. Hoed, how do you feel about seeing another no logic comp actually taking a win here?
Well, I am incredibly biased, and I must say snuck fuffed, but I was very glad to actually see them pull out the win. I thought their comp was a lot more interesting than what Snuffed brought.
And then November, our commentators did allude to it before, the use of the rep bots there. What kind of goes the tactics we see behind rep bots? Are teams actually making sacrifices to make something like rep bots? How do you work with these things?
The power that rep bots bring, if everyone is fielding them, is enormous. You can keep ships alive solely just using like 3 flights of mediums that would die otherwise, which allows your logi to focus on other tasks. You know, you can keep either a battleship living long enough for it to win its fight, or you can keep a cruiser alive as it tackles for you while your logi is repping something else that might be the DPS primary. So in some situations like Gila comps where you are specifically bonused for drones and using them, it makes more sense to take those damage drones. But generally speaking, in the armor brawl type comps like this, the rep drones are what you want to be using.
But then people do have to use them effectively. Another bonus these teams have, unlike Tranquility, where pilots have to train every single little support skill, pilots have max skills on the Thunderdome server, which means they have Repair Bots 5, which a lot of people don't actually train on TQ. It means they have Drone Durability 5, they have Drone Operation 5, Advanced Drone Avionics as well, so they have the max range, the max durability, the max repairs, so those rep bots can really pull their weight. No, I did love seeing the Tempest fleet issue there on the Snuff side. A lovely little ship there, Hoed. But we actually had a comparison here when we saw the Scythe fleet's issues in the previous game. We were talking about the target priority, where they were going for the APOC instead of like maybe the high DPS, low HP cruisers. But we saw Snuff Out actually pick off the lower end first. Why did it still not work out for them while leaving the chunky boy but going for the low end there on the low HP, high DPS cruisers maybe?
If I had a guess, it's going to be they just weren't able to get those guys off their logi quick enough, and Snuffed had a lot of, I guess, effective hit points in that logi, a lot of points on that logi. As soon as they dropped, their effectiveness decreased, and even though I think the target call-in was better than what we've seen before against the setup, it just still wasn't enough after that initial engagement.
Very true now. And Hoed, again, the Tempest fleet issue, we did see, I think those were the bans we're talking about, where the Kaiden no Nichan banned the Typhoon fleet issue. Snuffed Up brought the Tempest fleet. Do you think Kaiden no Nichan was actually banning that Foon, like we might have actually seen that fleet Foon, or was the Tempest probably just going to show up there regardless?
I don't think we've actually seen Typhoon fleet issues that often. I know for a fact, in my own personal PvP experience, Typhoon fleet issues are rare, but not uncommon. I think they were kind of worried about the application that a rapid heavy Typhoon fleet issue would have given Snuffed.
Yeah, we've seen that more feature in the Kingslayer comps, I think, with going 3 battleships. But then that commitment to the 3 battleships leaves not a lot for the low end there. November, what's your insights on? I think we saw it before last week. They did get eliminated, but we saw a 3 battleship comp rocking the Rapids Heavies. Do you think that's a bit too much investment on the high end?
Rapid Heavies and missile comps have their uses. A lot of it depends on what you think that you're going to be coming up against. If you think it's going to be like a cruiser strong comp, maybe battle cruisers, they are strong because they can apply and you can blow through them very quickly. However, if you can't clip on a battleship, you're in a pretty bad situation with your 3 rapid heavy ships. There's so many points in those 3 ships that it usually means that you have to run either T1 frigate logi, T1 cruiser logi, or assorted small ships. And if the other team can kind of live through that initial clip and start to pick off the logi, which is slower and easier to get a hold of, then the rapid heavies just don't really matter that much.
I think as well, and we actually saw that happening, I think, before, where the Rapid Heavy team did a great job of taking out of the Shack before, but as soon as they ran into the Volta B team, where ECM got in the mix with that Rook, suddenly you can't put all of your clip into one target, you have to split up, and that leads to their downfall there.
Yeah, exactly. Like when it becomes a real challenge when the clips aren't in sync. You need to all be firing at the same time and reloading and firing. There's a lot of communication in it. So if that gets out of step, all of a sudden your damage calculation becomes really off and you won't kill anything.
And Hoed, I want to speak something about, because we're going to be touching about this now when the band's coming up, but some ships are bonus towards specific, not say damage types. Well, we do see normally Kaldari
Weapon
ships bonus
systems.
towards.
Right.
Well, yeah, but Kaldari ships bonus, I normally see kinetic bonuses, and then we see, the laser bonuses, kinetic, the blaster bonuses. Does it actually influence a match that much which damage type you're locked into, with lasers and blasters normally be locked into those hybrids, and the Kaldari T2 normally being locked into the kinetics?
I think it has the possibility to, especially when you look at Tech 2 ships and their natural resists, because they tend to be really strongly against some certain weapon system. So if you're running a full laser comp and the hostiles show up in full Tech 2 Mimitar, you're going to be doing not a lot of damage to their shields here.
And I think we do have something called a reactive armor hardener. You can explain to the audience how that works, Hoed?
So reactive armor hardener starts, I think, at a base flat percent, 16 maybe. And
15.
every cycle, 15, every cycle it will move towards the damage that you're currently being shot with. So if you heat it, it will cycle quicker.
And so obviously that means if you're only shooting one damage type, it suddenly shifts all the way to that. Not the ideal scenario here. But now, November, we're going to touch a bit on these bans I was speaking about. So what I was alluding to here is we actually see Scarf Experts, which is going to be playing against paid actors in the next match. Scarf Actors has banned the Armageddon, Authorus, and the Cerberus. Paid Actors has banned the Gila, Scorpion, Bargas, and kind of, let's say, basic bans there. But I want to talk about this Authorus and Cerberus here in November. What are the threats that those two ships particularly pose to a team?
These bans suggest to me that they really, really, really don't want to fight some variation of that kiting Gila comp. They left the Gila open specifically, I believe, it would seem so that the other team would pick it so they didn't have to waste a ban on it. But if you ban the Gila, the Authorus can fill into that slot. And you can also, at a pinch, put a Serb in there, right? Because you can fit rapid heavies on them. They're good at killing frigates and smaller ships. So
rapid lights on the Serb.
Oh, not on a Serb. Serbs are heavies. But even so, it kind of fits into that kiting comp, right? So I think they were rolling the dice a little bit that the other team would ban Gila so that they didn't have to ban it themselves and could save one.
Well, Howard, is that actually kind of a bit of a risky play? Because can you maybe explain to the audience how the banning actually works in this tournament setup? And, is waiting or hoping that your opponent's going to ban the ship for you a valid choice here?
No, because if you both ban the same ship, you get new bans. So I would assume that banning the ship you want to see banned is always the best choice.
So how do the bans exactly work then?
So each team chooses to ban 3 ships, and then after they've submitted their three bans, we look over the bans, and if any match, let's say both teams ban Gilas, we then tell the teams, okay, Gila's banned, you choose another ship to ban. So this does mean if they keep choosing the same ships, you can end up with a lot of banned ships, as each team just keeps choosing the same one, and it goes on forever.
It's important to note that there are technically only 2 rounds of banning still, so teams will have their initial, and then there's a duplicate phase, but there is no duplicates on top of duplicates. So we don't go to infinite bans where people just have to fight each other in ibises. That would be quite interesting to see. But now, actually, maybe speaking about ibises, I know we've kind of had like we have that historical hero ibis in the past. Oh wait, are there like any little MVP ships you've liked that you've seen in tournaments before?
Honestly, I can't name any specifically. Do have my favorite ships that I like seeing in tournaments. The Hyperions are one of them, just because blasted return.
We're going for tiny boys now. Tiny boys. What's your favorite tiny boy?
I would say the Nurgle, just because it does a lot of unexpected DPS once it gets ramps up. And Skybreaker has to be one of my favorite tackle frigates, just because low point cost and silly amount of shield tank.
And you, November, what's your favorite tiny boy?
I am really partial to the Draugr, if that's small enough for you.
I'll allow it.
It has links, and it does a surprising amount of damage. If you are left unmolested, you can run around and solo the other team's frigates pretty easily. And it's quick, you can fit tackle on it, and I think it's just generally a really, really strong utility ship.
For me, I'm gonna say I love just what a hyena can do, and I feel like a hyena normally also shows some great piloting skill as well, because they normally have to be on the kiting and need to coordinate with their team where, paints are going, webs are going. So I think a hyena also is a great utility it offers to a team, well, as long as being a great showcase for a pilot's skill. But now, speaking now about the ships, we've spoke about the Draugr. Draugr actually being the most picked ship we have here. Hoed, can you guess, besides the Gila, what the most banned ship is?
Well, you're gonna put me on the spot here, but actually we have ban analysis for this, so I can tell you.
No, you can't go there yet.
Gosh darn it. I would have to guess something like the Orthrus, or one of those guys, some rapid light bonus.
It's actually 2 battleships which are contending. Bargas is coming in at number 3, with the Scorpion actually being the second most banned. So people being really afraid of these ones right now. Let's see here as well. We're seeing in our top 10 for these bands. So going down in order, we've got the Gila the most banned, Scorpion, Bargast, Zarm, Curse, Armageddon, Scimitar, Blackbird, and Widow. November, I'm not too sure if you're here on the same page as me, but I'm kind of seeing a trend in the sense of what kind of category we're seeing banned here. I'm not too sure if you can pick up on what I might be hinting at.
You mean all of the control options that are included in there?
Exactly that, yes. So why would these be top bans then? Why don't people like control?
Fighting against control can be very challenging if the team that is doing the controlling executes well. If you can never lock your targets, or you can never get in range of your targets because you're always capped out, or you can't shoot your targets because you're capped out, they can effectively float around the edges and plink at you until they've managed to pick something off, maybe the Logi, maybe your small tackle, and then eventually finish you off over time. It's a very frustrating thing to play against, so it makes sense to remove the options for people to do those kinds of things to you, so you can drive into them with your spaceships and shoot them.
That's very true. Like control, like you say, being a great way to showcase the skill gap between some teams, how they apply things. I think we spoke before when moderator was on the panel with us, where teams can get separated into kind of pockets. We could almost say tackle becomes a part of control, coordinating, isolating, and just completely neutralizing ships, not just in capacitor, but in the capability of applying their weapon systems. But now, if we're going over our top picks here so far, Hoed, we're going to be seeing going down in descending order from top to least here in the top 10. We've got the Draugr, the Vidmac, the Ogre Navy issue, the Arneros, the Gila, the Pontifex, the Jackdaw, actually, as a top pick here, the Blackbird, and then the Magus. I'm not really seeing a trend here if you are Hoed, but I'm not sure if there's any standouts for you in these top 10 we got for the picks. With the Shack also, being a part of this.
I think Draugr, honestly, I think we've seen a lot of Draugrs out here because it's a pretty decent ship, I feel. And I think it does favor armor comps here. Jintan in the Discord is saying this. I'm just repeating what he's saying here. But I do agree with him. It has a really nice tracking, really nice DPS, brings really good armor links, and the speed on that thing is just pretty much unrivaled compared to other command desis.
As well. I do also just want to note the statistics that we're talking about here are including a feeder tournament that we had before. The feeders do actually make a part of this tournament. We count them the same as our statistics, as these are the choices that the teams have made in their attempt to be at the #1 spot for this, with the prizes being the part of the Plex pool, as the teams would have paid a Plex entry fee, with an additional contribution coming from CCP, final amount still to be determined, but teams will also be securing, I believe, 7 victory skins with each victory they take, including from the lower bracket, so the teams taking the lower bracket routes actually having the potential to score even more skins for themselves. But we do see the teams taking the arena now. We're going to be watching Game 38 soon. It's going to be Paid Actors versus Scarf Experts, and we will be heading to the arena now with our commentators of Wingnut and Jintan.
G'day there, mates. Welcome to the next match. Paid Actors, the best colluders ever, versus Scarf Experts. And we have a painful match full of ECM. But, Jin, talk us through it, mate. What's Scarf brought us?
Yeah, it looks like we've got almost a mirror match going on here, but the main difference is the Paid Actors have brought a 3 Triglavian DPS core with that Vedmak, double Draugr, and then a Curse to really back things up and add even more control to their setup. Whereas Scarf Experts, they've brought... wait a second, do they not have a... Oh no, they have a T1 logistics to enable that. Whereas Scarf Experts have an Aneros, a T2 logistics, and their DPS core includes a Vigilant. And that might be the thing that makes the difference. Those 90% webs, those might be what really turns the match up here. If they're able to web down either the Blackbird or the Draugr and really get some DPS onto it, that's going to do so much here. But that T1 Logi, he's going to be so well defended with the amount of jams that Paid Actors have brought here. So we're going to have to see what happens in the opening period of the match. The initial rush to get tackle is what's going to determine things as the match begins.
Oh yeah, and you look at those control bars of both teams; they are absolutely off the wall, absolutely mad. Actually, the attack bars are not particularly great. We see the first damage going out already. Looks like the first target is going to attempt to be a Blackbird, but I suspect the jams from the Widow will force them off of that reasonably soon.
Yeah, we can see a Portage. It looks like Alexander Chorogan. Oh, he's just been tackled. He was about to get on top of Portage in the Blackbird, but it wasn't quite enough here, as he's now been tackled down by, looks like a Curse. Chad Hammercock going in.
What a Chad! What a Chad! And he actually does get over to the Blackbird, so if no one forces him off, he could probably kill this guy solo, even with an Org trying to rep him.
Yeah, well, at the very least, the rest of his team is going to be able to potentially split DPS over onto the Widow. And look how far away the rest of the team is. You can see all these cruisers here, all of the Paid Actors cruisers are now just piling on top of this Blackbird. Their Widow is going to need to do work here to cross jam. For those of you who aren't familiar with the new ECM mechanics, they work effectively like a taunt. You're only able to lock the ship that is jamming you. You can still apply DPS, but if you're being bounced from one side of the arena to the other, it's going to be very difficult for you to do anything.
It looks like, fortunately, Chad did not hold tackle, so Chad is not a Chad. And at the moment, seeing a lot of damage getting scattered around. Org's now being primaried for Paid Actors, and the Blackbird is being primaried for Scarf.
Yeah, and you can see these 2 Draugrs, they've now got onto the back... Sorry, the 2 Draugrs have Paid Actors, and now in the back line, they're on top of Mochi Sake. One of them's ramping up, and the other one's been tackled off by Gohin in the Pontifex. But the Augurer, look at him, he's already in half armor here. I can't quite tell what's shooting him, but he is going down quickly, even with a cloud of rep bots around him.
So I had to double check something, but yeah, the Org is trying to survive, and he's got a beautiful amount of rep drones. And the problem is these comps don't really have the DPS to actually, remove these rep drones if they decide to. So at the moment, like, their DPS is so anemic. If this Org dies, that will probably be a massive swing for the team.
Yeah, it just looks like Org Navy and a couple of other things just like plinking away at it from long range, but it's enough to push him through. This is the difference between a T1 and a T2 logistics. It just doesn't have the same level of EHP. If you're able to get anything's able to get a lock on it, it can really, really threaten it. That said, it doesn't look like they've been able to hard tackle it, so the Augur is just slowly kiting away here, and he might be able to survive. Looks like it's going to be a race between the Vedmak to tackle down that Org Navy. No, it looks like the Vedmak can't tackle him. It looks like the Vedmak's been jammed, and the Org Navy is now on top of his T1 counterpart and tackling him down. Oh, this is a very, very dangerous moment here for paid actors.
So the Vedmak got the tackle on the Org Navy, I believe, just before the Org Navy got on the Augur. But it looks like the Augur has gotten free again, I believe. So this Augur pilot is just running for his life, and he's just constantly staying like a single step ahead. Meanwhile, Moki in the Blackbird has just got shot for a while, but I believe the reps from the Hyenas will catch him. That Hyenas has not even been scratched, touched, or even looked at.
Look at Jeezy Boy though, right now. He's going into hull and he's gone down. He was just caught in the middle, going for the Neros. He was able to grab tackle on it, but it wasn't enough, and he was caught out of position and killed by the cruisers of the Scarf Experts team. God, you have to imagine the comms of this team are going mental right now as they try and figure out exactly who's jammed, exactly who can lock who's got who scrammed.
Yeah, and with the paid actors being the, well, I'd say more control team, but both bars are absolutely massive. But paid actors went all in on the control here. Now with the loss of their, I wouldn't say lead, but their ability to...
Oh, and a Claven going down as well. This is almost all of the DPS off the field here for paid actors. This is devastating. They need to get lucky with the jams here and try and pull something out that way. They spent so much resources keeping that Augur clean that it's cost them two of their main DPS ships here.
I don't think they can do anything anymore. They were hoping for the long game with their extra control, but it doesn't matter. They've lost their advantage now. Now they're the ones racing to try and get a single kill, and they still haven't been able to pretty much pressure anything.
Yeah, and look at Windjackal here in the Curse. That's their captain. He's taking a lot of DPS, and it doesn't look like any reps are even coming back on him. The Augurer might be jammed here.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a single rep from him. He also could be... No, he's in range somewhat, so he should be able to rep. He must be jammed again. That's not good.
Yeah, that's the other disadvantage with these T1 cruisers is they have a significantly lower sensor strength than the T2. Wow, look at that. No damage control at all, clearly, as he gets just obliterated the second his armor goes. It's hard to find a way back here for paid actors. And the interesting thing here is actually that paid actors, Scarf Expert, brought a 98-point comp here. They didn't use up their full points allowance, which is why you can see that paid actors already have 2 points on the board. And it didn't seem to slow them down one iota here, as Razello in the Augurer, this is going to be the death knell for them if he finally goes down, sitting in 20% armor, bouncing up and down and going down. Wow.
With the rest of the Logi drones gone there's not much you can do anymore. But yeah, well, I guess Scarf Experts are very happy with their comp. They decided, no, you can have those 2 points. We don't need those. We're just going to win.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just going to be a slow burn here now as they try and tackle everything down and kill it. We've got good fights already in local. I won't repeat some of the amusing puns that we saw earlier in local as well. Both teams trying to mentally break the other. We can see Mochi Sake here finally taking a lot of DPS. It might be a chance for him to finally go down here somehow, some way. Maybe they should have tried this a little earlier on in the match.
They tried a few times and Mochi kept surviving every time. This is also one of those awesome matches where there's a lot of pilot skill and luck with these massive control bars that we can honestly ask what could paid actors do differently and get like 1,001 different answers.
Yeah, it looks like this Widow has finally got on him and he's muting him off, potentially turning off his reactive hardener or something like that, and that's just going to be enough to break him, even under these Aneros reps. Oh, no, never mind. There they go, back on him. Just giving them a little bit of false hope, adding salt to the wound.
Yep. Sorry to say, Moki in the Blackbird will survive. ECM wins again, as the other Blackbird does die. So, yep, paid actors is just going to get pulled apart, unfortunately, and there's just not much they can do anymore.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, these Widows as well. It's kind of curious that we didn't see either team go on to these Widows because they don't actually have that much tank. They've only got 5 slots, and whilst they do have T2 resists, it potentially isn't enough, really, especially when you're under the reps of just a T1 Augurer, or you can potentially disrupt the reps of an Aneros with your own jabs.
I think both of them realize that trying to take down a battleship under severe ECM power is always going to be a painful prospect, especially because both these Widows were rapid heavy fit. So all it took was a single Blackbird to jam off one of these Widows, and that was going to be it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's... Yeah. I think leaving him to last is probably the safest call here. Both teams try to pick up the small stuff first, and no matter how hard paid actors try, they could not kill off a single Blackbird or even Chad Hammercock in his Draugr.
Yeah, there was some amazing plays there as both teams tackle just tried to.
Oh,
Wow!
whoa!
Whoa! He boundary violated. Chad Hammercock really living up to his name as he decides, screw this, my team has got the game. It's time for me to leave. My people need me.
Oh my. Wait a minute. Is there some illusion going on here? Is the entire team going to start MJTing at the arena? All planned at the barbecue.
I don't think that's the case as we finally see Akov Stows going down, and that's wrapping this matchup. What an excellent display of execution here from Scarf Experts, only losing ships to their own piloting. So let's hand it back to the studio and discuss a little bit more about how these teams brought themselves to victory.
Let's get him! Point, let's get him! Let's fucking get him, guys! Fucking cut and find, boys, let's get him! Yes! Yes! Let's go, boys! Fly like you stole it!
And welcome back, everyone. You see Scarf Experts successfully wrapping themselves around the necks of their opponent, their paid actors, and pulling them tight to secure that victory there. November, you got any opening comments here for what the match we just saw of these two heavy control setups kind of grinding the gears against each other?
We just spoke about like the bands of control, so it was interesting to see both teams come with effectively the same idea with only slight variations. It comes down to, in a lot of those cases, I think, the RNG of who gets the jams first. I think that the Scarf Experts team made a good decision early when they had the chance to kill off the Draugrs. Potentially they could have gone for the Vedmak, but those three ships between them were the bulk of the damage that that team was going to apply. So removing them and removing the links early, particularly if they had info links on them, would have given them ECM superiority as well, which is super important in that kind of matchup.
I think you're actually raising a good point there. I think Chat also just pointed out before where we have in these ECM matchups, but it seems like the ECMs almost having their own little duel there of like I jam you jam me, I jam you, and not much other exchange happening on the field, unable to really jam the DPS. So it almost came down to who was making the better choices on eliminating and the enemy DPS and applying that enemy DPS. But now, Hoed, we always speak of RNG when it comes to these ECMs, but I think there's a bit more skill behind applying them and maybe countering them. Like what can teams actually do to effectively use them, and what can teams actually do to effectively counter ECM?
I think one of the counters we've seen often for ECM is just bringing your own ECM, whether it's ECM drones or own ECM ships. If you ECM their ECM, they can't really ECM you, but this happens to both teams, though, because you both want the ECM jammed, and it becomes a sort of gamble of how many ECM modules do you put on the hostile ECM, and how many do you save in case you do land jams and you have the ability to try to jam other ships.
And is there any other sort of tactic or I don't know, rigs or modules that people can actually do to mitigate these things, or are you just mercy at your opponents with these ECM modules?
Definitely modules you can fit. You can do sensor boosters with ECM resolution or ECM resistance. I forget the exact name of it. You can do the rigs that increase scan res if you want to get lock time or increase sensor strength. You don't see it often, though, because it does require, obviously, dropping mids or dropping rig slots for these, so...
We did see it effectively, I think, match before where we had a Merlin, oddly enough, in an armor comp, but making effective use of those mid slots you normally see for a shield ship. The 4 mid slots on the Merlin actually able to apply the ECCM with the remote sensor boosters with the ECCM script loaded into them onto their nearest to effectively counter some jams there. Unfortunately, and I do not know why this does not exist, but there is no sensor strength rig in the game. I do not know why this is not a thing. There is a lock time, which, like you mentioned before, it does
there are implants, right?
There are implants,
like full
but
implant sets.
we don't allow those though in this tournament format normally. But another thing we just saw, one thing I'm actually kind of wondering about. We spoke about it being the most picked ship here now in November, the Draugr. Now, and we saw it being featured here now. is banning the Jorger a valid tactic? Would it cripple a lot of comps? Or is it just kind of a wasted kind of play?
I think that Draugrs are very nice ships for their points, and I think that they do make armor comps stronger, but I don't think we've seen many matches where the Draugr is the deciding ship, where it's the core or it's the ship that ends up doing the most. So I don't think banning the Draugr is going to change much. I think we just see people using Maguses or Pontifexes instead.
Yeah, and the Magus or the Pontifex, like, they have their places as they're like bonused for specific things depending on what you're trying to do. I just think you get more, like, if you don't need the bonus links, then you get more from the damage that the Draugr is going to bring to your comp. So there's the trade-off to be made there. But it's not worth banning the Draugr out when there are so many more problematic ships that you would rather not see, like Gilas and Lashaks and those kinds of things that are just, they're ships that will win you a fight. They're the ships that are being banned. The Draugr isn't a ship that's going to win you the fight.
Kind of like picking your poison then, I suppose, just trying to limit like how fast you're going to be dying there to certain things. So like you say, Draugr definitely has a threat. It does fit fantastically into a bunch of comps, but in a sense it can be dealt with. It's not the make or break of a comp. But that the two matches we saw before of Snuffed Out versus Kaien Nichan, where Snuffed Out lost, and Paid Actors versus Scarf Egbert, where Paid Actors lost, those were both elimination matches. So unfortunately, we see Snuffed Out and Paid Actors leaving the tournament right now. But our next match is going to be game 47. This is going to be an upper brackets match, the second last for the evening. It's going to be Spectre Fleet versus Arrival. And I find the bans a bit interesting here, particularly on how Arrival has now been playing in November. Spectre Fleet actually banned the Paladin. We've seen the Golem ban, sure. Well, I think we've seen the Paladin ban before. But what I find interesting about banning the Paladin is, sure, you're banning Marauder, but Arrival has been using the Vargers. What do you think about this?
Yeah, it's interesting. We've seen, like, I think one Paladin comp so far. It was two Paladins, and it didn't pan out very well. I don't know what the Paladin gives you that you couldn't get from some of the other ships. Like, the Armageddon is not currently banned.
I mean, Scorch is always fun.
Scorch? Oh, no, wait, sorry. So, I mean, that's always a possibility, but I think you get more for less points than you do with the Paladin, particularly when you can't Bastion. It does give you, like, you can project a lot, and you can hit things, but I think you're better served using another ship, so I don't know. Maybe the Paladin ban, though, is just one of those blockers, and they think that if they put that in there, that frees more things up for them to take. Maybe they were never planning to fight a Paladin or choose them themselves.
Well, we'll see, because Spectre Fleet, actually in both their victories, staying up here in the upper brackets, has been making quite effective use of the Curse. We've seen before how a Curse can just be absolutely devastating. And I think if they were to have allowed a Paladin through, maybe banning the Varg instead, which you've seen Arrival having quite a success with the Varger, a Curse would be, I think, more effective in possibly shutting down a Paladin. But Hoed, why is a Curse such a versatile ship? I think it can almost apply bonuses to a team in almost 3 categories. What does a Curse actually bring?
I think Curse brings, well, obviously Newts, I think, is the largest utility that it brings there. It's got weapon disruption, or if you really want to, it has a ton of mids for anything that you can dream of. That, it also has a fair drone bay with decent drone damage bonuses, so I don't think we've seen many Curses go full drone DPS route, but you could. It has a lot of utility. I think it's one of the strongest control ships in the game that isn't constantly banned every match.
That's also well put. Curse actually being quite threatening, but like I say, I think we've seen some teams deal effectively with it before. We saw before in a match, I can't remember the match now, but just a lone little vengeance, completely negating a Curse, keeping it away from its enemy battleships, or from its friendly battleships, I'd say, and securing the logi there. But we do have teams taking the arena. We're going to see a bit of a shakeup in comps here now from both sides. Not exactly new tournament-wise, but just a bit different for both teams. So we're going to be going to game 47 now, which is going to be Spectre Fleet versus Arrival. So we'll be heading to the arena now with a commentating duo of Wingnut and Murray.
Welcome back to the arena. with Wingnut Cross and myself, Murray Rothbardo. Wingnut, I see 5 of your favorite ship, but talk to me a little bit about these shield comps.
Looks like both teams have decided to bring a Nighthawk and an assortment of Geelers. We've got Scimitar versus Osprey here, so one team obviously committing very hard to the Simi life. But while bringing the Simi, they also brought a Hyena, which is probably the best ship to bring into the Nighthawk. Meanwhile, of course, Arrival did the same idea, but brought a Loki instead. So we're seeing a variation on the Nighthawk Loki rush. But in return, they've now got worse Logi. So this is actually a really interesting set of a mirror match. I like to call a warped mirror, where things are kind of the same, but everything's a little wavy.
Yeah, and one of the really funky things that I want to point out here is that Arrival have actually brought a shield Draugr. The Draugr only has 3 mid slots, so it really struggles to try and fit a shield tank, but they've given it a go, and they're going to see what they can do with that ship and the extra damage it'll have freeing up those low slots.
Yeah, I do hope they manage to find an option to kill that one really quickly, because that will have a lot of DPS in the lows now. So it's a particularly worrying ship.
Yeah, and the other big thing to note is that Arrival, even though the Simi was unbanned, they opted to spend those points elsewhere in that Loki, in that Draugr, so that they could get some more damage, get some more utility on grid, and are hoping that their Osprey will be able to, at the very least, buy enough time for them to leverage that extra damage and utility.
That's definitely be an interesting part here for sure. Is like the one team committing very hard for the Logi, one team committing very hard for the application and DPS. It's it's very interesting to see what's going to happen. I suspect the Hyena and the Loki, and of course the Scimitar and the Osprey, those are going to be the 4 things to look at and just see which way wins.
And the Hyena is going in super aggressively here as the match starts, looking to pick something up as Arrival is kiting backwards. The Gila drones are starting to come out. They're gunning for that Hyena, trying to see if they can prevent it from getting up to the shenanigans that it does, and it is dead instantly.
Yep, I believe that was Rapid Lights and a couple of drones. Yep, those are Rapid Light Gilas all just shot it because he went in way fast. And now the Skybreaker too, boom, deleted immediately. So all this support stuff has now been deleted. So now this Nighthawk has no support to actually apply his missiles.
Yeah, with the support down, Arrival is turning back in, and they're looking to get a little more aggressive as they head towards Spectre Fleet.
Yep, and you see the wave of drones going after the Osprey now, so you can watch the Osprey about to start taking damage. But that's honestly not a good start. Now they've lost the Hyena, which could have slowed this Osprey down to apply a lot better. This is going to be a much harder slog for them. As you see, look at the Gila of Gaming Tyler getting hit hard. Obviously, the Scimitar will do his best to keep him alive, but that is a lot of DPS to try and tank.
Yeah, the Gila will go down eventually. They're not going to be able to hold against that much DPS with the Simi. Meanwhile, the Osprey, it's not even really trying to stay in rep range. It really is just trying to keep its speed up as large as possible, as long as possible, to keep those Gila drones occupied, because as long as the drones are there, they're not killing something else.
And here's where the Hyena would have been so useful right now to slow Osprey down, as Gaming Tyler is now going into Hull. Scimitar's trying his best, but he just cannot do it, and there goes their 3rd Gila. So now they're down to 2, just like their opposing team, but they're also down 2 other ships.
Yeah, the Spectre Fleet are bringing their drones back in. They're trying to get damage onto other targets here. They've got some damage on Bacardi, Desire, and the Gila, but that gives the Osprey the opportunity to come in and start landing some reps as the Simi gets deleted.
He got 2 XLASP cycles off and then died in a split seconds. That is insanity. That's the mixture of Rapid Lights and drones from Gilas, which make them so terrifying.
Yeah, and with the Loki there to get that webbing, get that web down, make sure the targets are easy to kill. It's just quick cleanup as another Gila drops insanely quickly, and Arrival is looking at a clean wipe here.
Oh yeah, Arrival has absolutely torn this team apart, and exactly that. The Loki doing exactly what the Hyena does, but instead he did not die at the start. And while you think that the Loki webs doesn't really matter too much for these Gilas, it does slow down the target, so the Gila drones keep hitting a lot more. Whereas as you saw the Osprey, it would outrun the Gila drones from the Spectre Fleet side. Or at least stay far away enough that they can't actually finish them off.
Yep. The Gila of Ned Norwood will be the next to drop, leaving just Virion Stoneshard left. And that point about the drones is so huge. A lot of people, when they look at the drone DPS, they don't really remember, right, is that when drones are traveling, they'll reach a target because they're faster than it. They'll hit it, and then they'll turn their microwarp off. and then they need to catch back up to the target again. So even though they might be getting some volleys in, they're not applying DPS as consistently as you would think. And so just burning as far as you can to get as few of those volleys onto you and make those drones spend as much time burning as possible can be crucial in terms of buying time.
Exactly that. And that's drone's strength and weaknesses. They can be incredibly cheeky with that, because while they can struggle to kill the Osprey, all it takes is one wrecking shot from a chasing drone to delete a frigate. So it's again, it's their strength and weakness, as unfortunately the Nighthawk is now reaching its weakness by going into armor and then into hull, and boom, deleted.
Hull HP reaching 0 does tend to make most ships stop doing damage. And with that, Arrival picks up a clean win as we look to head back to the studio.
Hi. Clearly I'm not the real Brisker Ball. But sometimes it's not so easy to know what's real and what's fake. When on Reddit, check your facts. Drink quaff.
This message was paid for and sponsored by Quaff. Now introducing Quaff Glow, the incandescent beverage.
And we're back here, everyone. Thank you for staying with us. I'm joined here by Jujek and Azir right now. Quite a quick, clean victory here by Arrival, I'd say, doing quite a dominating show there. Azir, the opening of that moment, opening moments of that match, were quite deciding, I say, and how Spectrefleet was applying their light ships. Can you give comment on that?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what that Hyena pilot was thinking, but Hyenas are a super useful ship, which means they're a really good priority ship, especially if there's rapid lights that can shoot them. And he just dove right in and then died, because that's what happens when you dive right in. He would have been much better served, and the team would have been much better served just hanging back and waiting and giving himself some time to position. But I mean, ultimately what they needed to do was kill the Osprey and then start working their way down after the Logi is dead. It's a fairly easy way to go about that. And as was noted by the commentators, if that Hyena had been alive, they would have been able to web it down. Those drones would have been able to kill it pretty easily. It was in low shield at the end of the match with just the Nighthawk shooting it. So
I think something else that we actually saw there. So the audience might have seen that Osprey cutting drones, but what you might not have noticed there was those are actually a full flight of complete, so full wave of hammerheads chasing the Osprey there. So while the Osprey was cutting them, I think it was cutting away from the slowest drones there. So if they were using any other sort of drone, I feel they would have done a much better job of actually killing the Osprey sooner. Jujek, can you kind of explain to the audience what is the main difference between the different races of drones, and what might teams actually be considering for these drone choices that go into these all-powerful Gilas?
There are three main considerations. There's speed of the drone, there's the tracking of the drone, and there is the damage type of the drone. And the speed of the drone is in favor of Minmatar, and you'd normally see people use something more mid-range, like an Acolyte going for an Osprey, if that's what they want to kill, because Acolytes are okay quick, okay damage, and okay tracking, whereas Valkyries would be the quickest. And given that this is a T1 logistics cruiser and it isn't very durable to begin with, there is something to be said for just getting your damage on it as fast as possible with Valkyries, for instance.
So unfortunately, I feel like going all in on those hammerheads kind of shot them in the foot there, unfortunately. But Jujek as well now here again, with those that Hyenas Skybreaker dying right at the bat right at the beginning, if these are such important ships to, ensure your comp has a victory, what kind of logistics pilot actually do to just prevent these kind of headshots?
In this case, I don't really think that there was anything that could be done. I mean, you saw the other team; they put their webs on the Loki to have them be very durable and prevent people from being able to just kite away. The Hyena pilot, I guess, was trying to get early tackle, but ran into a wall of light missiles and drones. And I guess even if like he would have been pre-locked and so on, but he just doesn't have the kind of buffer that allows him to catch reps regardless, and especially not at those ranges. He probably was in fine fall off for his Osprey, and the Osprey was kiting the opposite direction, so the reps would have been less effective also.
It's true. Now, do you think there's anything that Spectre Fleet could have actually done, or was it something else that maybe contributed to the downfall, some other turn, or was it really just a downhill match from the moment they lost that Skybreaker and Hyena?
Well, I think so they had 3 Gilas, which always gives you a shot to win because Gilas are so strong in this tournament. I think fundamentally, though, losing that tackle early, it reduced their ability to apply. I also kind of question the Nighthawk. It's not as fast, and it's kind of damage locked to kinetic, which isn't a huge problem, but I don't think Nighthawk is really the best ship to pair with that anyway. We saw it earlier where people are using like Sleipnirs, and I think Sleipnir is a much stronger choice. I don't know that. I don't know. Once they've lost their tackle, they needed to trade Logi and get opponent's tackle off the field. But how do you kill a Loki? You just can't while the Logi's alive, at least. So I'm not sure that there was much more they could have done, other than just be a little smarter about when to send that tackle in, so that they can actually use it at the most appropriate time.
Yeah, probably just comp choice coming down here as well. But at least Spectre Fleet is going to have another shot with only being pushed down into the lower brackets now. But we're gonna have one of our elimination matches coming up soon. It's gonna be game 39, which is gonna be Ramrod Reloaded versus Volta A. So Volta A team. Not exactly the A team, just to cut a beam here on names. So we're gonna have Ramrod Reloaded banning the Barghast Rattlesnake Widow, with Volta banning the Gila, Scimitar, and Curse. Now here, Dujek, I think we spoke about this a bit last weekend, and I saw we also saw a bit of a bad performance by the Rattlesnake. I personally have the opinion that the Rattlesnake is a bit of a subpar choice here because of the investment. I'm not sure how you feel. Like, is it actually worth banning it when you, can you do so? How would you contend with it if it's on grid? Is it actually such a threat?
Maybe they know something we don't, but and maybe they've lost to a specific rattlesnake comp in practice, and they don't like it for that reason. But for all of the pirate ships, they're very expensive, so they have to have a very specific niche. Barghests are very quick, and they do a lot of damage at range. So if you are susceptible to kiting, you might need to ban the Barghest because meeting 2 Barghests could just unravel you. But the Rattlesnake does a lot of damage and it has a lot of tank, but it doesn't fit a role that is unique to it. There are other heavily tanked, heavy damage ships. Like, if you're banning the Rattlesnake, are you going to lose to a similar comp with a Abaddon, for instance?
Okay. Well, the missile ships as well. Also, just touching a bit on here now, Azir. Something that we're having now top picks here, actually coming in at number 7, I believe, but this is also including our feeders. We have the tactical destroyer of the Jackdaw. I don't think we've been seeing it so much thus far in these last 2 weekends, but what is the Jackdaw actually offering in these comps? Why is it such a high rated pick?
Well, it's sort of a combination of 2 things. The first is the Jackdaw is a pretty solid ship, and in the past we've seen it quite a bit, like in last Singer games in the Alliance tournament. Points wise, it's not terribly expensive. It can fit a lot of damage for its class using light missiles and a lot of damage at range, so it can kill frigates fairly quickly. I've seen my own Logi frigates die to them plenty of times in practices. But the other part of it is, because it's a shield comp, or it's used in shield comps, the there's just sort of a hole just in comps in general with the points, because with shield comps, you have like the Gila, but on the armor side, there's no equivalent. And so it's just sort of in the meta when you're putting your comps together, you frequently end up with about 7 points. And it's like, well, Jackdaw's a good 7-point ship to put in there.
I think I've seen it before, where as well all those utility mids being able to use for things like tracking disruptors and so. While ECMs are only allowed actually on ECM bonus ships, things like guidance disruptors, target paintings, webs, scrams are pretty much allowed all over the show. So Jackdaw kind of a good utility to throw that on. But let's speak a bit here about the teams we're going to be watching here. So Ramrod Reloaded, they lost last week against Perjola Capital Supremacy. It looked actually kind of a tight match. It looked like Ramrod maybe should have had that with the Shack kind of battling through, but a bit of indecisiveness there on what the Shack was trying to shoot there. Like going for the Barghast, then going for the Osprey, then going for the Barghast. So here, Jujek, do you think Ramrod has maybe hopefully learned their lesson, or is there something else they could have maybe learned to take away from the match to secure their victory here to avoid elimination?
I think that you have to be going into the match with a bit of a game plan against the archetypes you're going to shoot at, especially with a Lashak. You can't not know what to fire against, and it seems a little bit ECM heavy of a meta for it to be great unless you're backing it up with your own ECM. They probably have more comps to try out. If the Lashak didn't work, they can try something else.
Let's see here. Ramrod was banning the Widow only on the ECM, so hopefully not. But Ramrod is also making use of the Frigology, which can also be a bit of a weak point when you come against ECM here. But if we're taking a look at the Volt A match that was happening last week, so Volt A went up against Odin's Make-A-Wish here. Volt A bringing the Widow Guardian, double Vedmak Droger Pontifex Kitsune, so kind of going in for the ECM mix again. But Odin's Make-A-Wish was bringing in a Raven Navy issue with Osprey Navy issues as well. So I know they've been eliminated here now, but excuse me here. Azir, do you have any comments on like the Raven Navies? I feel like these have been kind of really weird picks, which never really performed well, in my opinions.
Yeah, I don't fully understand it. I mean, I look at a Raven Navy and wonder why it's not a Scorp Navy, because I think Scorp Navy is just a vastly superior ship, and it's the exact same number of points. But I mean, credit to Volta, they brought a good comp and won. So I don't want to take anything away from Odin's Make-A-Wish on that front.
Very true.
But yeah,
but
I mean,
I agree with you on the Scorpion Navy issue, just offering more. I think the Raven Navy issue is pretty much only range bonus, not actually offering much, while the SNI is like damage and resistances.
Yeah, basically, so the Scorp Navy brings the resist bonus, and the only time I've ever looked at a Raven Navy is we've looked at it, we decided we didn't like it. The only time we've ever even really considered it was last AT. We were using it in our hangar as a ban evasion in case someone tried to ban the Scorp Navy on us, but it never came up. But that's really the only use I ever see for it, because it does do a lot of the same things, but it's just worse.
And Jujek, do you have any opinions on the whole SNI versus Raven Navy issues? Because I was just confirming the bonuses here. The Raven Navy issue has the range and application bonus, absolutely nothing towards damage or rate of fire, where the SNI has a resistance and a rate of fire bonus. Do you have a favorite coming out of these two ships?
I love the Scorpion Navy issue. I've flown it a lot. I mean, the application is a big deal. It's hard to get enough application for large missiles, and in terms of rate of fire, you also have to look at the relative number of launchers as well. But I agree with the steer here. I don't see many situations where I'd take a Raven Navy issue.
And I would also add that you can fix application with tracking computers and guidance enhancers.
And there's always paints.
Yeah, and then there is always paints, which you could always put on your Jackdaw that you brought. But like fundamentally, if you're low damage, you're low damage, and there's really not much you can do about it.
So before we're going to be watching this next match, I want to get some opinions are. So even if including the ones we've spoken about before here, your favorite battleships can be battleship hull, doesn't have to be a T1. Azir, do you have a favorite battleship hull type?
Golem.
A Golem. Why is that?
It's, at least for a tournament, it's a great ship. So it's kind of like bringing a Scorp Navy, where you got the missiles, or Raven Navy if you prefer. But the paint bonus that it brings means that you can have a really good paint. It can help its own application, and it just does everything it needs to do for itself. So you're not dependent upon a Hyena.
And then just quickly, before we get into the match, Jujek, you got a favorite battleship hull type?
Oh, absolutely, the Golem. It is the correct answer.
Well,
but, since he took a Golem,
I think you guys PvE too much. Go take your Bastion to TQ. Okay. Anyway, we're gonna get into game 39 here. It's gonna be Ramrod Reloaded versus Volta, and we'll be heading to the arena with a commentator duo of Jintan and Murray.
Hello everyone, it's Yintan here with Murray, and we are in the arena ready to watch Ramrod Reloaded go up against Volta. And we have two of our erstwhile commentators here, Radikos and November, partaking in the Ramrod team. And they've brought a variation on Triple Daddy here with Harbinger Navy and Brutix, along with some assorted support. What have Volta brought here, Murray?
Volta's gone for a much slower control comp with a Leshak to court up a Rook as their single jamming ship, backed up by the Guardian's heavy rep power to try and keep it alive.
Yeah, that Rook is going to be in real danger here, though, because normally it would be able to use its range to sort of protect itself, but these battle cruisers are going to be able to just slap their DPS right on top of it and start melting its face. Outlawed No Pro is going to need to do amazing work to keep it alive here in the opening couple of minutes of this match.
Yeah.
That said,
and as the match starts here, we've got the battlecruiser comp is kiting away. Ramrod is looking to get some space, give them time to put that projected DPS down onto targets. They haven't chosen anything yet, though, as Volta's moving very carefully, and Volta is just kind of poking at the Harbinger of Chris Pronger. The Leshak is really the only thing applying damage to it right now.
Yeah, that Leshak is going to get to spool up, though, and soon enough he will end up breaking through its resist, because the Harbinger doesn't have any sort of resist bonus, and it only has a very limited amount of low slots to really put tank on. You can see the reps there from the Aneros applying, and they're going to cycle around, and they're trying to just snipe off these frigates as they come in. This is a very interesting tactic. It's something we see a lot of the more experienced teams do. They expect these frigates to come in really aggressively and potentially use that as an opportunity to hit them when they have low transversal. We can see here the malediction of Sven. He is caught in the backlines by his counterpart of Supreme Leader Mao.
Yeah, they're going to be able to turn some damage onto him and look for a quick pick there. With the projected DPS, they're really looking for those mid-range, not too tanky targets that they can get a quick swap onto. The Draugr, the Pontifex, the Rook, the Vengeance. But because Volta's chosen to bring the Guardian, they don't need to worry about the risk of splitting reps like they would with the Zarm. And so they're going to have a little bit of an easier time managing it. They're going to try for the Vengeance. They put some decent damage into his armor, but the Vengeance has pretty clearly popped his ADC, and so it's going to be really tough for them to get enough damage onto him to take him out.
Yeah, we finally see a little bit of DPS getting tickled over onto the Rook as well. Clearly his jams are having effect. We can also see, however, that Chris in the Harbinger, he's now been tackled by this malediction. Somehow he's gotten free, and this is going to let that Leshak sit on top of him. It looked like he was trying to burn away to sort of break the spool, but he wasn't able to successfully do that, and now it's going to be a lot of DPS go down. And meanwhile, Sven Blot, wow.
The Vengeance has been popped. The main thing they're trying to do right now is Radikos in the ANI. He's trying to go for the Rook and tackle it down, but because the Draugur's freed up since it killed the Mali, the Draugur's able to go and pick up that Og Navy issue and keep the Rook safe.
Yeah, this is key. There's a lot of tackle fight going on here. It's going to be up to see. Yeah, Mike Flood, however, he's still free. He's making a run for the Rook as well. It looks like they're finally taking the opportunity to all in this backline. But Chris Pronger, look at that. He's going into structure here. If he goes down, there's going to be so little DPS left on this Ramrod Reloaded side. And it's going to free up tackle.
Volta has done a fantastic job picking up ships on the other side. They have one of their ships on every single one of the main ships. They've got the Mali and the Aneros. They've got the Harb Navy held down by the Pawnee. They've got the Brutix held down by the Vengeance. They have managed tackling down and splitting up these ships so well that Ramrod really just doesn't have anything they can do. Every single person is held down perfectly.
Yeah, these battlecruisers are now so far away from the Rook, even though this Rook is still not tackled. They've managed to catch the ANI the other ANI as well, by the looks of things. Or No. Okay, he is tackled. He is finally tackled. We can see Mike Flood is sitting on top of him and starting to tickle him, but it's just not going to be enough.
Yep, the only untackled ship on Volta's side is their Guardian, which is exactly how they want it. Every single one of their other ships is currently holding somebody down, making sure they can get their damage on, get those kills, while their Guardian is just free to roam the arena and give reps to whoever needs them.
Yeah, they are trying to put a little bit of DPS on that Guardian now. You can see his shields have been removed, but that's pretty much it. He's sitting in the midst of an absolute cloud of rep drones there, while Spite Inc. goes into Hull and goes down here.
Yeah, with Spite down, the Volta has a wealth of targets they can look for. Radikos has already taken a fair bit of damage just by virtue of being tackled by what he's tackled by, but it looks like they're going to go for December next in the Hard Navy, as that takes a lot more damage off the field.
Yeah, this Leshak just chilling, taking his time, not even getting pressured really. He's not even lost his shields. He just walks around, spools up his occult on these battle cruisers, and just slowly breaks through these Neros reps. This is clinical execution here from Volta. Seems that without any web drones, there's pretty much nothing holding them back.
Yeah, a little more comfortable now that they're not risking ships worth a couple $100 billion. But like I said before, the way in which they managed to hold down each of these ships and split up the Ramrod team to prevent them from working together was just so clean. And the fact that they were able to do it as well as they were meant that they were able to keep the Rook safe, keep the Guardian safe, and prevent this battlecruiser comp from really getting the DPS onto the targets it needed to.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that we didn't really see Ramrod Reloaded try and impose their will on the opponent's team. You know, they have such projection and such DPS to start the match off. The problem comes when they start to bleed ships and get tackled down. If they'd have gone in, kind of controlled the center of the arena and projected from there, there's every chance they might have been able to catch the Rook or the Guardian. We saw that their Organ Navy issues were able to eventually get free and kind of apply pressure on the backlines, but it just wasn't enough. It came too late in the match, and after too many of their ships have been caught out of position.
Yeah, and especially that split damage, right? Having the Aug Navies off doing something, having the other ships doing something on the other side of the arena, that works very well when you're against something like a Zarmast, which we've seen a lot of. But against a Guardian, which can easily split its reps, it's much more difficult to try and spread damage onto targets and cause disruption that way. Because the Guardian has, 4, 5, 6 reps that it can put where it needs to, when it needs to, on top of the rep bot cloud that's usually keeping the Guardian up, but can be sent other places as needed.
Yeah, and it looks like Radikos and November are going to be relegated, much like myself, to the commentator's desk for the rest of this tournament, because this is a lower bracket match. This was with all of the marbles on the table, as it were. So with them going down, they are going to be eliminated, and Volta are going to be going through to the losers round of 8. Do you think we'll see them bring out this comp again? I think is the question, because I think we've seen them bring this once before already.
Yeah, it's definitely something they're comfortable on. It has a lot of the staples we've seen in the tournament in terms of ramping triple AD damage, using a bit of ECM to slow down the enemy team. And so it has a lot of those staples that make it a relatively flexible armor control comp, something that if you're not super confident you know what your opponent's going to bring, it's something you can bring in because you're not too worried about just getting like purely hard countered right off the bat. Whereas you might see some other comps that like a cruise comp or a rush comp of some sort, that Logi, where you run a much higher risk of potentially having some matchups where you do really well, but you could also run into a matchup where you're just doomed. And so if they're against a team where they're less confident, then this might be something they're willing to bring almost blind. But as you get later into the tournament, right, it can also be much more common for them to plan better against opponents because they've seen more from their opponents. And they might need to switch things up because their opponents have seen more from them.
Yeah, really, really great match here, though. We're just going to be waiting now for the final Organ Navy of Mike Flood to drop here. If this was on Tranquility, perhaps they would be looting the wrecks, keeping them alive to do that, but there's no need. This is on Thunderdome. All of these ships are spawned for free by the teams. So with that, let's hand it back to the studio and we'll break this down and find out what we can expect for the next match.
And welcome back, everyone. Unfortunately, we've seen Ramrod get knocked out of the tournament. I know there was quite a lot of hype behind them, but credits to Volta for taking them out there with quite a clean sweep there. Jujak, any comments on that? My brain is going smooth here, so I'm relying on you two to carry this one through.
Well, it seems like Volta had a good idea of what to shoot with the Lashak.
Well, that's quite a good comment there. We can actually talk about that as your the shack is normally something where I would almost say it's all your eggs in one basket approach, and that we actually saw last week when Ramrod was making use of the shack, not effectively able to really make use of it. A lot of pressure there, a lot of the one guy in the one DPS, the main DPS your comp needs to know where it needs to go. Do you feel like this eggs in one basket for DPS is a good approach generally?
I mean, it depends on the team, but I think it can work really well. We've seen it in opens, we've seen it in feeders, we've seen it here, particularly when it's paired with ECM. It works just fine. You reduce the total incoming DPS, and you're able to just let the match progress, because ultimately a Lashak will kill something if it can get its damage on it and keep it on it, because that spool it goes so high, right? So yeah, I think it can be effective, and obviously it was just now.
Yeah, like I say, a lot of pressure there, though. But Azero, do you have any other comments on this match? I mean, Volta pretty much having a clean sweep. Where else did Ramrod possibly go wrong here? Or what did Volta maybe do it right? Credits to them still taking the victory.
Well, I guess one thing I did notice right off the bat, and Ramrod did something right. Seven, their malediction pilot, did not run straight at the enemy. He kind of moved to the side before going in. But ultimately, Volta's counter tackle was just perfect. They were able to catch the malediction was sort of the most dangerous tackle ship. They were able to catch it in the back line. Draugr got right on top of it, and they killed it quickly while the Lashak was spooling on another target. So the Logi was very stressed very quickly. They just executed very, very well. And ultimately, that's what you want to see, is the team that executes perfectly is the one that wins, and that's what happened here.
That's well put there. Now, Jujak, we've seen similar comp. Tempest actually opening up the tournament with us with what we're apparently calling a triple daddy comp. Ramrod taking a stab at the variation here. I think one of the key differences we saw is actually the heretic instead of that malediction there. What would maybe be the decision making behind a heretic or sorry, say malediction over the Tempest as heretic? What's the differences between them? What do they offer? Why might they have changed it up a bit?
The heretic is a little bit more tanky and a little bit more damage, but actually the thing that I saw as the main difference here was that they were a lot heavier on the lasers. Like almost all the other triple daddy comps we've seen have Brutix Navy Brutix, not Harbinger Navy Harbinger as their combo. So
well, Tempest actually did win against Chapag with a Harby Navy, Harbinger, and Oma Navy and Org Navy. So Tempest has gone heavy on the lasers as well with the 2 times they brought it before.
Yeah, but one of the things that made this a slight disadvantage against the stuff they went up against was if they're so well tackled, they're not getting to coordinate their long range DPS effectively onto the same target. Say, like, if they weren't tackled and they actually got to shoot everything at the Blackbird or everything at one of the destroyers, they could possibly get it down. But here they're all over the place, individually tackled, not coordinating, and therefore not being able to put enough effective DPS into a single target for it to die.
That's well put there. So even though they had got the right comp, they got the range, it's still actually where you are in the arena, what you're shooting, and it's a choices made behind that comp here. Is there so we have seen now the triple daddy comp here losing. God, I hate calling it that, but do you feel like it was actually more of just a piloting side? Kudos still to Ramrod for putting in the effort there, but if you feel like it was someone like Tempest piloting in this matchup, would Tempest maybe have brought it through, or was maybe just a bad matchup here for that comp actually?
I mean, it's a bad matchup because Lashak is going to apply so much damage to those battle cruisers. in particular, this tournament's coming right after the changes to Battleship Tank. So battleships have a lot more tank than they used to, and so relatively battlecruisers are worse off. I mean, I would never say that. I think you could put Tempest and 8 Ibises, and they'd have a chance of winning the fight. So they're just such a good team. I think that it could have been executed better on Ramrod's part, because if you looked towards the end of the match, they were very strung out. The Og Navies were, I don't know, 70, 80 kilometers from the I think it was the Brutix. And when you're just that far apart, you can't shoot the same targets. And I understand why it happened, because they're those Og Navies were chasing down that Rook, but you tackle it, but nothing can shoot it. It's not going to die anyway. So what's the point in tackling it?
Yeah. At this point, I do just want to remind Twitch chat that we do obviously have the predictions happening for the matches. Try and bet those channel points, see if you can get up to, I think it's 10,000 you need to redeem some awesome skins. If those skins are redeemed, I think there might be a delay, so please just be patient if you've redeemed anything so far. But also, feel free to make use of the chat commands, !rules, one word, just get a copy of the rules that the players are actually using for this tournament, and !brackets, one word, to see when your team is playing and who. With that, my cat is. So now we're going to be seeing Game 40, our final elimination match for the day, coming up soon. It's going to be Nowhere Dot versus Jovco Mining Division. Nowhere Dot has gone and banned the Gila, Widow, and Zarm, with Jovco Mining Division banning the Scorpion, Armageddon, Curse. Jujek, I don't think there's too much we can actually read into these bans. These seem kind of just basic meta bans. I'm not sure if you can make anything out of them.
Jovco don't want to be neutered at range, I guess. And Noir are picking a list of good stuff. Like the Widow, like the Gila has mostly been pick or ban. The Widow has been pick or ban to a certain extent. So yeah, Noir just are cutting the extreme tops off the comps, whereas Jovco seem to have something a little bit more targeted.
Now, Zero, when we're speaking about these tops of the comps, the good picks, the meta picks, do you feel like teams, should I say, is it a bad strategy to just think like, hey, if a Barghast is strong, hey, let's not worry, we can just always ban the Barghast, instead of trying to practice to be, the better Barghast pilot? Are you just going to be always to be able to ban these meta ships?
I mean, certainly if you want to get to the very end of the tournament, that's just not a viable strategy. You have to learn to deal with ships. But to a certain extent, yeah, you can. If you just don't want to ever see, say, a Balgorn, you just ban it every time. No one can stop you from doing that. It's not a strategy that'll get you to the last weekend of the tournament, but you certainly can win a few matches doing it. So I'm not going to fault a team for at least trying it. Personally, I would prefer to go with, you ban around what you want to bring, obviously, but you leave holes so that if, say the other team doesn't ban Gila, well, you have a Gila comp ready to go. And that's what we did and didn't work, so maybe it's not a good strategy.
There have been a lot of comps in this tournament that were better at Gilas than others. Like, for this particular tournament, if you are very practiced and good at flying Gilas and don't ban it and decide to just take Gilas when they're open, it seems like you could have gotten a few wins off the back of that.
But actually now, Jujek, you're speaking about Gilas here. If, let's say, someone were to bring Gilas against you, what would you hope you would have on grid to go against them to counter them, to just make sure those Gilas actually aren't such a problem?
We thought in the opposite direction. We had a bunch of things that we didn't like to fly against Gilas, and that's not what we want to bring if they're open. And we flew some Gilas when it came to practice it, just in case. And at the end of the day, we were pretty comfortable flying Gilas if we had to, but it wasn't really what we.
What were you afraid of then if you won the Gila?
Well, anything with frigate logi goes right out the window with Gilas, and also anything that doesn't want to get caught, and anything with a limited amount of ECM. Like if we were flying Hyenas, we were generally flying it as a longer range and heavier tanked version of it and tried to get an edge that way.
Yeah.
Tried to kite away a bit more.
Well, we do actually have the teams arriving here right now. We're going to be seeing one of the ships I spoke about before, actually on both sides. That's going to be interesting. So I'm going to be interested to see how these teams are going to be making use of this cute little ship. But we will be watching Game 40 now. It's going to be our last elimination brackets for the evening. So unfortunately, the team that loses here will be out of the tournament. It's going to be Game 40, Nawar Dot versus Jovko Money Division, and we're going to be heading to the arena now with our commentating duo of Jujek and Moderator.
Hey, and welcome to the arena. We have Noir up against Jovko, and we have Noir bringing double Drake Navy, actually triple Drake Navy, Scimitar, Orthrus, Jackdaw, and Hyena.
Yeah, so we see almost a bit of a mirror match with Jovko bringing a Caracal instead of that Hyena, 2 Jackdaws, an Orthrus, a Scimitar, and 2 Drake Navies. Just taking a look at these Drake Navy weapon systems, they are choosing to go with heavy missile launchers. That's pretty standard in these compositions.
Yeah, I suspect that the Jackdaws on the Jovko side probably are bringing a little bit of Ewar for them in a paint and maybe some disruption mods, like a missile disruption if they're lucky and a tracking disruptor if not.
Yeah, I mean, you would probably expect that. That's one of the benefits of bringing the Jackdaw. It does have those 5 mid slots, so you can bring out some tracking disruption, some guidance disruption, and really make your opponent have difficulty applying damage. Man, I would hate to be that Hyena right now, looking at a total of 4 light missile platforms and 2 heavy missile platforms. It'd be interesting to see if each team really tries to commit for logistics, or if they try to go through, the kind of the core off of the jump here.
In such a fragile, fast-paced, and high damage mirror like this, it's going to be incredibly bloody, and it will very much favor the team that has a lot of practice in this matchup, knowing what they can and cannot kill first, and what they have to kill first in order to survive. I suspect to see at least 3-4 ships dead on each side.
Yeah, you would kind of expect to see a few ships at least get killed. Kind of hard not to when there's this much damage. It would be kind of a mistake if something like that didn't happen. Both teams choosing to warp in at essentially maximum range, so they're going to have to close a little bit of distance and jockey for position in order to really start applying damage.
Some of these ships are somewhat limited in either range or lock speed. Orthrus is in particular not very well known for locking very far.
Okay, yeah, so right off of the bat, the Jovko Scimitar is burning away much further than the Scimitar of Nor. The Nor Scimitar now choosing to pick up. We see Nor Scimitar taking damage, whereas the Esli Olin of the Jackdaw is the initial primary, and he is Esli choosing to, unfortunately, basically almost end himself. Needs to burn further away to not get damage. Damage swapped off to Liedra F1, trying to force Necro and the Scimitar to try to swap off, whereas Ariona in the Scimitar is 116 kilometers, turning around just at the very edge of the boundary, getting kind of forced up against that wall right now. The Caracal now swapped off is the primary, going down into Hull, now popping almost, getting saved by the Scimitar General.
Yeah, once you get out to the edge of the arena, you are going to get into a position where people, if they are trying to predict your movement and moving past where you're going, they're going to get into range. But they've swapped over to the Orthrus of Robert Mason, who is 5 kilometers away from the boundary, and that's pretty close.
Yeah, we're seeing looks like a lot of split damage. Ariana Lonioni is down into armor now, and now just into Hull, getting some ASB charges off his blue dagger. Is continuing to get reps from General Nico here. If Ariana drops, that's going to be critical. We're getting to the point about 8 minutes into the match where we're going to see people getting onto those the rapid light reloads. But the Drake Navies will be doing continuous damage throughout the match and are continuing to pressure that scimitar of Ark.
When Ark has run out of charges for his Ansel, he is just going to go down. There is no saving him now. And you see a lot of the ships, or some of the ships on the Noir side, are pretty far away from each other. They've kind of split up. And for this type of setup, there's a lot of coordination to get everyone onto the same target that you are trying to kill, as Ark in the Scimitar goes down, whereas they're trying to get to General Nico down on the opposite side, but swap over to Essel Onlin and the Jackdaw.
Yeah, General Nico was kind of in a bad spot, and now he's choosing to burn away back into the support core of his team. Robert Mason still appears to be the primary, taking a look at him relative to the rest of the team of Jovko. He's still definitely within range. A cloud of angry drones chasing after him. Nico does drop at the same time, though, as Robert Mason goes down into Hull at the very edge of the arena, doing a really good job there of not boundarying himself.
Yeah, and once somebody is out of range of the primary target, they'll have to get and choose whether they want to use ammo out of their clip and force a long reload on themselves, or wait as the Jackdaw goes down and probably is trading for Blue Dagger and the Orthrus on the opposite side, bringing this to a Drake Navy duo standoff, with one side having Logi and the other not having Logi.
Yeah,
I favor the Logi side here.
Yeah, there's no Logi left. There's just an Osprey Navy issue, and a Hyena. So Leviton in Noir is now taking damage, a little bit of split damage between him and Akbed Papat. So Leandra is going to have to try to do his level best, either to try to finish off the Hyena, which it appears he's doing, putting some volleys into that, and trying to also kite out of range of the Osprey Navy issue. That's one of the advantages of the Jackdaws. You can go into sharpshooter mode and just burn away from everything. Unfortunately, though, it looks like Akbad is getting just sat on, being held down, being webbed down by Lucas Vaughn of Jovko right now, and it looks like Jovko is definitely out trading Noir at this point.
Yeah, Akbad doesn't seem to be able to survive, and that's a lot of their damage going off the field when he goes down.
Yeah, critically, it'll also be some links, either some shield hardening or mobility, making it easier for Jovko to get a hold of Levitin after Akbad down into Hull. Will be popping shortly, but Lucas Van Eind taking a good amount of damage, not really much Hull left for him, but trading out that lot, trading that first Drake Navy will put Jovko in a better position.
It also remains to be seen what Ewar is coming out of Ladira and the Jackdaw here, if there is any.
Yeah, no, he's got.
They're not deploying to anything very small, so it might not matter all that much.
Yeah, so Ladira, unfortunately, is kind of ramming himself into the Osprey Navy issue, but now turning around. So Ladira is going to be that tracking disruption, or guidance disruption, rather, that we see on top of Trash. And unfortunately, Track Morgan is kind of in the middle of nowhere, not in range, really, to apply damage to Lucas Van Eind or to Pulse. As Leviton is kind of being chased down, we see that Leviton is on top of a micro jump drive beacon trying to spool that, and it appears that he is completely out of range of that, so maybe missing it, now being held down probably shortly. Let's see if actually no, he did get the spool off. It just went off very late at a kind of an awkward angle. So Leviton does manage to get away, but he will be in range of Lucas Van Eind, and this Jackdaw now closing to range within sharpshooter, continuing to apply damage to his armor.
Yeah, getting a MJD off to save yourself can be a nice trick, but it is kind of difficult to gain a benefit out of it when you are the damage on your team going up in a mirror. You can't shoot the opponent unless they can shoot you for the most part.
Yeah, Lucas Van Eyne now going down into structure. He may drop here. Leviton getting some good volleys into him, but at the same time, Lucas Van Eyne, trades Hull for Hull and will get the kill here. Track Norton being the only remaining ship here for Noir, being very much tracking disrupted, and Pulse now getting on top of him at 0. Not sure if he has any sort of tackle mods. Would be not entirely unsurprising if he didn't. Lucas Van Eyne will pop, but making it absolutely worth it as Track Norton drops not more than a second later. Surprisingly well played by Jovko.
Yeah, I guess they have gotten some chances to test this and also watch other people and see how they call targets and fly the comp in the tournament itself.
Yeah, and I'm sure the commentary desk will have plenty to say about that one as we give it back to them here.
And welcome back, everyone. Quite actually close match there, though. Contrary to what was really happening there, I think it was really quite a close match there right up to the end, with Jobco Mining Division taking that victory over Noir Dot. I'm joined here right now with Jinten and Wingnut, where we're just going to speak a bunch of trash until we actually all just want to wait until the next match starts. Jinten, what are your opening comments about that missile mirror match, pretty much?
Yeah, there were a lot of great plays there, but the one I have to really highlight is the MJD play near the end. And you heard the commentators talk about how it was a weird angle. That's actually because one of the Jovco DNIs ran in at max speed and bumped him, nearly sending him out of the arena. Obviously, once you've activated the MJD beacons, you can't change your direction as the ship yourself, but other ships can bump you if they need to. And that is incredibly potent. That was nearly one of the best plays of the tournament. If they'd been able to force their opponents to MJD out of the arena, God, what a highlight that would have been.
Well, that would have definitely been an exciting thing. With MJD's always been an exciting play, watching for the spools happening. Where are they going to end up? Wingnut, we saw the Navy Drakes there. I think that's the first time maybe we've seen the Navy Drakes being showed up. With the long range setups and the Jackdaw showing in, how do you feel about these comps that we've seen as far? Like, do you, any opening thoughts on those ones?
They're pretty good, to be honest. Both those Drake Navies are pretty great to use. They're way better than the regular Drake because they're not kin locked. They also, I'm pretty sure, get an application bonus, so they actually apply very well. And add that, of course, to your rapid light setups, and it's just a disgusting amount of damage and tank. I mean, yeah, it's what do you even say? It's a beautiful comp. You just fire all your missiles. Either they die or you die.
Well, Wingnut, now then, in the opening moments, I think we kind of saw almost the deciding factor of the match of the two semis. Do you know what was the two semis were doing different there, and what kind of gave Jovco the edge there?
So the weird thing about that was, I'm pretty sure it was Noir's semi, not Jovco's. I can't remember which one it was. One of the two zoomed across the map with an absolute swarm of rep drones on it, whereas the other one kind of just sat around and didn't do much. Just tried to survive in the area. And the one that had all the rep drones took quite some time to die. So not entirely sure.
That was Noir's with the rep drone swarm on them there, yep. So it's still taking a while to go there.
For sure.
Yeah, but Jensen, I think like, do you think the rep drones were even still having them? Because I mean, I think the matter at the end there was it meant Noir was still getting shot though, while the Jovco wasn't. I think at that point.
Yeah, it was a very interesting thing. You saw just how long Noir's Logi survived versus Jovco's. Jovco's didn't even manage to get all of his Ansil charges off before he was popped by just a sheer wave of missiles landing on him.
2 cycles, that's all he got.
Yeah, I know. It's absolutely crazy. And part of that was just because Noir's Scimitar was kind of pinched into a corner. He couldn't do much, and he just had to try and hold on for as long as he could. Whereas Jovco's Scimitar was able to slide out the back and kind of keep himself alive for just a little bit longer positionally. But then by the time they'd been able to, by the time they actually did catch him, it was all over. There was nothing they could do. Those rep drones were miles and miles away, and they weren't able to keep him alive. But that time that he bought, the fact that they had to spend a bunch of time shooting an Orthrus and a couple of other support ships that they were never going to break with the DPS they had, that was kind of the crucial play in this match. It forced them to waste a bunch of Orthrus and ONI clip, and it meant that a lot of Drake Navy issue HMLs got wasted. It was effectively a DPS race in disguise there, really.
Yeah, actually, quite closer to the end. Just the little edges coming through. Even things like the Jackdaw also not being, damage locked. Just the damage choices that these teams are putting in. Even the resistances that they're putting on their Drakes. The which active hardeners, which rigs to cover which hulls. A lot of the behind scenes things we're not really seeing that the teams are making, which can just give them the edge. Are they going for the resist rigs? Are they going for HP? Which links are they applying? What damage choices are they making on these missiles? So I wish we could see all of this, but unfortunately, we can't right now. Also, love to hear these comments, but I do want to point out some fantastic piloting by a lot of people there, playing the edges of the boundary. Always a good thing to see. For those of you at home who are curious, even if you're right next to the arena and you got a drone cloud on you, the drone clouds cannot boundary. I've experienced this myself, so it's not a valid tactic to delete. They'll only delete the ships. But the next final match we're going to be having coming up for the day is going to be Game 48. It's going to be Perjola Capital Supremacy versus a Vault B. Perjola Capital Supremacy has banned the Zarm, the Curse, the Gila, and the Blackbird, with Volt B banning the Gila, Osprey, Barghast, and Cerberus. Wingnut, I want to actually speak about the Osprey. I feel like the Osprey has been doing a surprising amount of work in this tournament. Normally for the armor side, we've been seeing the T2 logistics of the Zarm and the Oneros. Where it's come to shield, sure, the Scimitar, like we saw the match before, has been shiny, but when it comes to T1 logistics, I feel the Osprey has been doing a fantastic job. Can you speak maybe a bit about that?
I'm actually as surprised as you are, to be honest. It's probably because it's a way better one than the I can't remember the name of it now. The Scythe.
Yes.
It has a bit better tank and a bit better reps, I believe. If you're not going to spend the money on a scimitar, which can of course reduce your DPS, reduce your tools, and really cost you, the Osprey is kind of like the Blackbird. It's bargain basement. You get good value for the price you're paying. So I'm surprised it's working as well as it is. Like I really am. I'm actually surprised.
I think that's actually more to say about the teams that have been fielding it than the actual ship. Where you put it in. I think last week we saw on day one where just like shoot the Osprey. Where it's like Scimitar buying all the time in the world, but it's just like guys, there's an Osprey right there to shoot. So it's not only how you use the ship, but it's what your opponents do against it. So as we will be soon heading over to the winners bracket match, which obviously the loser here will be going to the lower brackets. I do just want to say we do have the teams list that have been unfortunately eliminated on this first day of the second weekend. We're going to be saying goodbye to Chapog, Turbo Fetal Glory, No Vacancies, Ultramarines, Snuffed Out, Paid Actors, Ramrod Reloaded, and the Warp Dot. Unfortunately, they have come to the end of their runs here in the Angler Games 5 and will no longer be seeing them, but we thank them towards their contributions to these explosions. Jintan, I want to ask you, thus far, do you have any kind of comps which have been standing out to you, either just a personal favorite or what you see as really strong?
I have to say, maybe it's just because I got to commentate the matches, but the all-in comp with no Logi and the Dramiel to run into the back lines and grab the Logi. God, those things are so fun to watch. The matches are almost decided in the first 2 minutes, but by God, what an exciting first 2 minutes they are. You just get to watch so many ships scream into the back lines, and because of the amount of ships that you can bring to the field with the 7-man format, there's no way you can possibly screen that Dramiel off. It's kind of abusing the nature of the 7v7 format a little bit, but in the most exciting way, as opposed to the ECM, which is abusing it in the most boring way.
Those side fleets of the ACs have also been really exciting to watch. Even though when the tables turn on them, they're just watching them pop as well. But for you, Wingnut, has there any favorites standing out for you in compositions thus far?
Actually, I do agree with the all-in rush ship. Honestly, that last one just there, I love because it's kind of the same idea, but they stuck a Logi on it. But the Logi can't tank its own comp, which is a situation you get on a few comps where the Logi is not good enough to be able to rep what it's going to take from the comp it's in, which is, yeah. So effectively, they brought so much DPS that they can't even survive it, and the opposing team did the exact same thing. It's just there's few things more fun than that to me.
I love watching them too. I'm not too sure what's standing out for me. Definitely seeing those side fleets in action have been fantastic. But I do like, while it's not as exciting to watch, I love seeing these control setups with the things like the curses and the shacks coming into play. But we're going to speak about the games they've been having before. So with Pajola Capital last week, we saw them coming up against Ramrod Reloaded. So Pajola Capital had the win there where they had the Bargas kind of in the grasp of the shack and just able to edge away there. Jintan, I'm not sure if you recall that match, but do you think Pajola was actually set up to win that match, or did they just kind of get lucky with the Bargas escape?
I don't know, it's always hard to tell with those things because sometimes, we can't see the capacitor on these ships, even as commentators. It's difficult to know if maybe something got muted off. Maybe, the Bargas just was so busy managing his other modules, he forgot to reactivate it after an injection. I always try and err on the side of skill. It's much nicer to believe that the people who win are actually just the better pilots and not just because someone spaghettied and burnt out their scram or something
Or
like that.
MJD'd out the arena.
Well, like I say, it's the team who makes the least mistakes is the one that wins.
Very true.
We're gonna try and see. Let me just make sure I'm not missing. We're gonna try and see who makes the least amount of mistakes here, as we're gonna be going to this final winner brackets match for the evening. It's gonna be game 48. We're gonna be watching Pajola Capital Supremacy versus Volt B in the upper brackets, and we'll be heading to the arena now with a commentating duo of Jujek and Radikos.
Hello and welcome. Are we good? What? Hello and welcome to the arena. We are facing off between Volt B and Pajola Capital Supremacy. They've both brought an ECM comp, but different archetypes. On one side, for Pajola, we've got a Widow backed up by a Guardian, 2 Vedmax, Pontifex Draugr, and Vengeance, and they're up against a Leshak, Rook, Guardian, Muller, Draugr, Pontifex, and Malediction. So we have a low-end DPS with a high-end jam setup, and a high-end DPS with just a little bit of jams to go against them.
So it seems other commentator has left here. So I will be jumping in here with here. So we're going to be seeing the match starting off. The countdown has started. I'm going to be excited once again, as I spoke about on the panel here, to see how this shack is going to be applying up, especially with this Widow probably looking to focus to get rid of that spool up on the shack. So it's probably going to come RNG where this shack's going to be on the field, but pretty much going to come down to how much control they can apply on this shack, I feel.
Yeah, the Widow's going to be happy if he doesn't sit on the Leshak. If the Leshak is too far away to significantly harm the Widow, a lot of the damage on the Volt B team could potentially be taken down, and the Volt B team might consider going for a low end instead to begin with. And they have the Rook that is going to try to keep the Widow in check and also keep the Vedmax from applying their full DPS.
I've had match underway. We do have the teams charging each other. One thing I want to see is the Volt B Mather here has no hard points, so it's probably going to be a new tackle Mather. I want to see what it is, but it looks like it's turning back here, going more for a screening instead of a tackle going up front, as we do see the malediction of Xiangxing taking the ball, the armor damage there, but being able to be kept up by Repbot 9000. That's reloaded right there, doing a great job of keeping his tackle alive.
Yeah, the entire fight is kind of spread out at the moment, with each side trying to take care of their important ships in the ends of the arena, with the Guardians on each side, and the Malediction is trying to tackle something to allow the Leshak to apply its prominent damage here.
As we do see Salvor taking a bit of shield tickle there. Malediction still being kept up by his Guardian, doing a great job. The Mather on the Vault B side now has tackled the Vedmac of Skylar. Looks like he's applying newts there. So they look like they're going to be trying to newt out the one Vedmac while trying to kill the other. Trying to get 2 birds with 1 stone here in a sense. Not, pointless newting out what they're going to kill if it's going to be soon. Slowly starting to spool on Salvor. Hopefully they can keep that going before the Widow's jams start kicking in.
Yeah, it seems like the Volt B team is going on to Salvor Parman and the Vedmac, and the Pajola team isn't putting out a lot of damage. We see a little bit of armor damage onto the Leshak as the Malediction suddenly goes down.
Finally, it's probably got a bit of wrecking shots there from the full spools coming through from the Vedmax. Rook not really able to apply enough jams to keep that malediction alive. But we do see quite a setup here. We have a brawl pretty much happening with both teams having their ECM and Logi left in the back line uncontended. Got a rep cloud there on Repbot 900, 9000. Not really going out there to save anything out there. Probably trying to play it more safe. But we do see Salvor and the Vidmac going into low armor. He's probably going to dip into structure soon if these jams from the Widow do not kick in.
Yeah, and they would have to at this point. The Leshak is getting up to a dangerously high damage number, and the Vedmak of Parman is just going to die if he can't be saved with gems.
I'm taking a look at this Widow right now. The Widow on the Pajola side actually has torpedoes fit, even though he is quite a distance off. Looks like he's slowly slow boating towards MGD. Silver's still dipping there in low armor, but we're going to see, I'm not sure these torpedoes for the primary that they're choosing of the Droger of Ed there, torpedoes aren't going to do much work. He should probably be trying to put them into the shack, committing to that, but I'm not too sure where the jams are going from the Volt side right now.
The torpedoes might also just be a hedge against.
I'm watching right now. He actually is shooting into the shack, so they probably are looking to split the jams between just trying to apply those torps onto what he can with the shack, while the rest of them trying to clean up the Jorgers, splitting the reps. But unfortunately, the Guardian is not a Zarm. It can split. It has multiple reps to split between multiple targets.
Yeah, we see a lot of Guardians paired with ECM. If you are not dying as a Logi, the Guardian is doing a higher throughput of repping than its Onero's counterpart, which is more adept at keeping itself alive without the support network of having loads of jams and tackle on your team.
But unfortunately, there doesn't seem like much is happening. We reach a bit of a stalemate scenario with, unfortunately, the Malediction putting Volt to be on the back foot here right now. They're going to try and hopefully secure some kills and some Vedmax or anything that they can grab, hopefully, because if this keeps going how it is, while there still is roughly 6 minutes left in the match, they are still down on the points, even if it is only by 2.
Yeah, I do suspect we'll see either a Draugr or a Vedmak dying in this matchup. The Pajola team does not have a second ECM ship, as we've seen be rather popular today.
We are seeing Pajola make a play on the backline of Volt now, with a Vedmak of Skykiller actually getting on top of their Rook of Control Freak. So some more split damage is going to be happening here. Unfortunately, Control Freak not going to be able to do much to get that off of him, because Jams won't do much, as the Vedmak will still be able to kill him, as he's dipping into low armor. We're going to see what the Guardian can do to keep him up here, as damage is split over the show, and Voltby doesn't look like they're able to secure any kills right now, while the pressure is increasing on them.
Yeah, the Mauler is keeping the Guardian tackled down, apparently, and when it comes to keeping this Rook alive, he can save others, but he can't save himself.
That's true as well. Maybe some drones can come to the rescue, but the rep drones still keeping around Repbot 9000. They probably don't want to put them around the Rook, because this Vedmak has the possibility of having smart bombs, which can just clear out everything there. But yeah, we're seeing some split downs there. Ed and the Rogue are getting low, but the Vedmak as well, Silver, are getting low. Looks like those news from the Mather on the Guardian might be doing their work, as the reps start getting less and less coming through. But there's still the Widow that's being able to jam as much as it can right now, with zero pressure being applied to it.
Yeah, it's turned into 2 small fights with the Leshak and his favored target of the Vedmak, who is going dangerously low into hull now, and that's him down.
Vedmak finally down there. This might be the edge that Volpe needs. Do want to point out that the Pontifex on Pajola's side has been doing remote SIBO on the Widow and the Guardian, probably giving them the edge that they needed to in this ECM war. But we do see Control Freak dipping low there. Hopefully, with the disappearance of that Vedmak, they're going to be able to get rid of the other one right now on the Rook to, just alleviate some of that pressure. But we do see the Drogo of Ed dipping low there right now. Might be too much spool coming through, with a bit too much strain happening right now. We'll see if Volpe can keep this up and keep on pushing his victory.
Yeah, with any target that dies on the Volt B team, the Widow is going to be able to put even more jams on each of the ships on the other side, and it's just going to get easier for them, as the Widow is far off the other ships in this fight, and they can't deal with being jammed by him. They're not going to be able to switch over damage for the time being. They're just going to sit there doing nothing until the gems fall off.
We do actually see the Volpe Jorger disappearing there. So Volt just being left pretty much for the Shack for their DPS, which pretty much means that Widow, who can sit all the way in the back there, nothing tackling him, and he's quite close to the MGD beacon, he can pretty much just focus all of his jams on the Shack right now and not really care much about DPS going elsewhere. So looks like Volt B is getting in quite a bad position here. They need to make some sort of comeback. Hopefully that matter or something can just apply, nude pressure or drone pressure or some kind of pressure just to stop that Widow from locking down the Shack so hard.
Yeah, the Mauler is going to try to newt the Vedmak off the Rook in order for it to make its escape finally. And the Leshak is just going to hope to God that he gets no jams for enough time to actually kill anything on the Prajola team.
This Vengeance on the Prajola side was holding the Shack down for quite a while now, but it looks like an EC drone Vespa's there, so the medium EC drones gave him a cycle, but now the tackle's back onto the Shack, so he's trying to get on top of whatever he can. Looks like he's going for the Guardian, not actually the Widow, so hoping for that, the clean sweep, the clean kind of break there from the ECM so he can actually get rid of something, but we have only 2 minutes left, and it's not looking that great for Volt right now, being controlled quite hard by this combination of the Widow.
Yeah, they're going to have to sit down on each side of the team and with so few minutes left, just quickly hash out what they have to kill in order to win on points in that case, because nobody is wiping anyone in the remaining time. And you see this in a lot of armor-controlled comps where people have to make these calculations and maybe not go for the teammate of the opponents that gives them the highest chance of winning in the long run, but make a short-term play for points in order to just be up when the match stops.
We see the Rook of Control Freak kind of looks like he's getting closer to the Widow. He might be looking to get into Optimal to just have optimum jam strength for those jams on the Widow to just give that break he needs for the Shack. Because pretty much, Volt just needs to kill pretty much anything. Prajola needs to kill anything here to win. Actually, with Volpe, looks like they're ahead on points. So while it is looking bad with Volt not being able to kill anything, they are ahead though. So Prajola is actually on the back foot right now, contrary to them being ahead on ship count.
Yeah, they're going for the Leshak, which is, I don't quite get that given how incredibly low the time is. And the Pontifex is also taking a lot of damage, and if he goes down, the lead will switch.
I'm going to say it was a lucky jam cycle there from Sam and the Widow onto the Guardian, so we're going to see that Pontifex go down, which is going to be putting Volt on the back foot. They're going to have to look to make some plays happen here in the last couple of seconds of this match. It's not looking good for them right now. I'm not sure what they can really do to grab this back. It looks like Prajola is probably going to be able to secure a victory over them.
Yeah, they'd have to get like 4 wrecking shots in a row on this Guardian, which doesn't seem to happen, and the match is over.
And so Prajola wins there, 19-13. Quite a drawn-out control match. A lot of back and forth. Well done to the teams, and we're going to break this down as we head back to the panel. And welcome back, everyone. I'm back here again with Jintan and Wingnut. Jintan, any opening comments here as we saw Volta kind of being pushed down into the losers bracket?
Yeah, I gotta say, even though they were on the losing side, Mir achieved there, put in an absolute shift in that Newt Mala, managing to sneak into the back lines, Newt out Faffy Waffy, then turn away from that, Newt off one of the opposing Vedmax. If Volt B had been able to pull out that match, there is no doubt in my mind that Mir Achieve would have been the MVP in that game there. Just so much going back and forth, and to end it all out, Prajola basically just gambled everything. You saw them; they were putting all of their ECM on that Guardian, just praying to God that they could get one lucky jam off with their Draugr spooled on the Pontifex, and it landed, and that was it. They won the match right off the back of that, with only a couple of seconds left to go.
Oh, Wingnut, besides rip channel points, do you got anything else to say about that match?
That Leshak's probably hating life the whole way through. He's like, "Are you gonna kill that Guardian or something?" He's being held down by a vengeance that he can't do anything about. And it's just like, can you please jam him off? Please, please. Get him jammed. Yes, let's go. Goes charging towards the Guardian, gets tackled again. It's like, oh god, that would just hurt every time.
Well, I do have to say, yes?
No, you're good.
Well, I do have to say, well done, Pajola. We were kind of possibly doubting them a bit of how they got their victory over Ramrod, but showing that they are able to dominate even in these rather technical control matches. So good job to them. So we'll be seeing them stay up in the winners brackets, with Volt B being pushed down into the losers brackets. So with that, we'll be ending off the first day of the second weekend. We will be back here tomorrow, starting same time. We're going to be seeing a couple of matches again tomorrow, and then with that, we're going to be having one more weekend after that. So still 2 weekends of content for you guys. We do want to thank all the CCP staff for their support in this endeavor, making use of Thunderdome, and all the channel support as well from our ISD moderators. Big shout out to all of them, keeping us all regulated and smooth and going. Thank you as well to all the refs in the background. Lots of background work happening here. A con shout out to everyone, but thank you very much for watching, everyone. We will be heading off for this evening and catch you back here tomorrow, and see you then.